Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you hear me well. Welcome to this session organized by Green by Iceland, a private-public partnership on climate issues and green solutions. The urgency to scale up renewable energy and manage carbon emissions has never been higher than it is right now. And Iceland has been harnessing renewable energy for quite some time, actually over a decade. So we have become a leader in renewable energy, and today 100% of our house heating and electricity is based on renewable energy. Iceland's journey towards energy independence has shown that the transformative power of renewable energy can bring. We are a healthy society, a society of well-being, but we intend to come further. We are committed towards further advancements, towards a just and sustainable future for all. And we stand ready to collaborate. And by collaborating with the global community, we can overcome the challenges of the energy transition and unlock new opportunities for decarbonization. And Iceland has been at the forefront of developing innovative, sustainable technologies, from advanced geothermal systems and now to breakthrough cutting-edge carbon capture, utilization, storage technologies. And in today's session, we are putting the spotlight on how to incentivize further climate action by diving into the theme of carbon markets and the solutions required to establish these. A focus theme, it seems, this year, and one of the key components we need to keep 1.5 degrees live, because we need all the solutions out there to ensure we get to our arrival. It's a pleasure to invite to the stage our partners, Green by Iceland, and I'm first inviting moderator Luis Matias, Director of Policy and Government from Climeworks, who is taken on the important role of moderating this session, but I'm sure also you will contribute, of course, with your wealth of knowledge. So welcome to the stage, Luis.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here.
And then next on stage, I'm inviting Ólafur Teitur Guðnason, who is the head of policy at Carbfix. Please join us on the stage, whichever you want to. Yeah. And then third but not least, our very good partner, Jon Knudsen, Chief Commercial Officer with SLB Capture. Please join the stage, and I'll leave it to you, Luis.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Not. And thank you both for being here today and making the time sort of towards the end of the first week of COP, an early morning slot. So quite a painful bit of time to be here. And I really appreciate your presence and your insights here today. So as Not said, we're here to talk about carbon markets, how that relates to incentivizing climate action, how we can move forward quicker with more impact and in a more equitable way, contributing to NDCs. So before I hand over to both of you to say a bit about your companies, your background, and why this matters so much to you personally and to your companies, I'll just mention a little bit about who I am and why I'm here. So I'm not a carbon markets expert. First disclosure, I have a government background. I'm a diplomat by profession, and I'm working with Climeworks, which is a direct air capture company headquartered in Zurich. But we have our largest commercial scale plant in Iceland, hence our association here, where we are capturing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, condensing it and storing it with our partners, Carbfix, in the subsurface. So carbon credits are essential to us for survival as a business and to create the right capital flows to scale our business and the industry. So this is deeply important to us. The announcements this week on 6.4, which I'm sure you've been following closely and we can touch on, but I want to bring new conversations to that rather than a lot of the dialogue that's been going on. It's vital to get the carbon market to function correctly, and perhaps after introductions we can touch on where it is right now, because it's not quite enough. from us as a developer trying to grow our business. We need more original ways to stimulate the voluntary and the compliance markets. So perhaps I can hand over to Olaf first, and you can tell me a little bit about why you're here, your company, what you're doing with Carbfix, and why carbon markets are so important to you.
Yes, well, Carbfix has been now for more than 10 years applying a technology that the company developed to store carbon dioxide permanently and safely and securely in the subsurface through the novel method of mineralization. So through a natural process, the CO2 that is put into the ground actually turns into stone. And I happen to have one stone with me. So party trick.
Lovely.
The white spots that you can see in the rock here are former CO2 that has turned into stone through a natural process. And actually, not many people know that the vast majority, almost all of the carbon on the planet is already stored in rocks as minerals. So we are actually putting it back to where most of it already is. So this is an exciting method that we've been deploying in Iceland for more than 10 years. We have mineralized a total of around 100,000 tons for this decade. And we are now preparing to take the next step up to the megaton scale and have a project under development in Iceland to that end. And are looking at projects, potential projects in various stages of investigation in more than 20 countries, because this can not only be done in Iceland, but actually the rocks that are needed for this to happen are quite abundant around the globe and can be found on all continents. So it's an exciting new technology with a lot of potential, as the storage capacity of the ground is so huge. So we are excited to discuss more about what can make this happen in terms of financials and markets and so forth.
Great, thank you very much. And John.
Yeah, so SLB Capture is probably a name that you don't know because it's absolutely brand new. It's we used to be called Aker Carbon Capture, and we recently been acquired by SLB. And but our history dates back to the early 2000s when we started developing technology to capture CO2. And we did a large research and development program over 8 years to develop the technology that we now bring to the market as traditional amine technology, together with our friends in SINTEF and other institutions and organizations in Europe. So we are on the other side of a value chain. We capture carbon, and we have we are now building plants, 1 million tons of carbon capture plants in Western and Northern Europe as we speak. And you might have heard about the Brevik project, which is a cement factory where we're putting in a large carbon capture plant. We are in Denmark, at 2 locations in Denmark, capturing CO2 from biogenic sources. And we are later this year going to also start up the Twence project in the Netherlands, which is from a waste incinerator. So it's been a long journey, but of course now we see the opening of the market. We are still building the market, and this is of course really where the carbon credits and the whole financing discussion starts for us, because this is very much about how do we actually take a step forward and create this industry, and how do we finance these steps that are necessary in order to get to a place where these are solutions that can be used all over the world.
Absolutely, and financing the industry, as we've heard over the last week, is completely essential to getting the scale up that we need. And I imagine that your industry is exactly the same and is very dependent on the carbon market side of things.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think we're waking up to the fact that not all of our projects can be 100% financed by government's institution. So this is where, of course, the credits and the other mechanisms that we put in place that we're going to talk about today, they can play a vital role.
Yeah, absolutely. And so maybe we start with talking about the VCM, the voluntary carbon market. So apologies if I'm telling you what you know already. There are 2, as we see them as a developer, 2 key markets, the compliance market and the voluntary carbon market. And although there has been good forward momentum in the compliance markets, it's not acting as a driver at the scale we need yet. Governments are moving in the right direction there. There are policies coming forward, particularly in the UK, in the EU. But it's the voluntary carbon market at the moment that we are looking at and relying on for scale. Mm-hmm. So perhaps I could ask you both for your comments on how you see the voluntary carbon market at the moment working for you, and what the challenges currently are, and if you then the next step on how you see that relating to NDCs. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe I'll start, because we've been recently included in some of the large deals in the voluntary market.
Absolutely.
And I think you're quite right. What we're looking at right now is quite a small market where, you know, some of the biggest buyers are the tech companies, and especially one tech company. I think they buy more than 75% of the market at the moment on these engineer credits. And of course, this is not sustainable, you know. Then we are, you know, it's supporting one project by one project, but it's not really a market yet. And the way that people have solved this now in the voluntary market is bilateral agreement. And I think this is the first step, of course, when we're developing such a market, that you need to do bilateral agreement. And it's been a long journey also for these, because not only do you need to do the actual agreement between the parties, but you need to sort it out, you know, in terms of the various countries involved. And then you need to look at, you know, how do we transfer CO2, you know, other transfers across, jurisdictions, and all those type of problems. And that's just the start of the challenge. And we've certainly seen that now that we're getting very close to getting finished with some of our projects, that the whole process of verifying these credits, working with verification methodologies, and involving various parties in that verification is also a very, very long journey. And adding to the complexity, you know, you don't want to end up in a situation where the whole value chain actually ends up being manual. So there needs to be quite a bit of digitalization in the mix as well. And that's, of course, a little bit easier when we work with partners like Microsoft, but still, there is a long way to go where we have a good platform to do that. So those are some of the characteristics of this market. It's difficult to determine the qualities. It's difficult. There's a lot of verification going, a lot of going into the technology to see that the technology is a good one. We've done numerous due diligences with various types of parties, which you'll have to do for each and every project, which is time consuming. So the inefficiencies of this immature market is quite substantial. And then if you add to that the fact that we have little knowledge of how the regulatory market is going to influence this market, then you have a nice mix to start with.
Yeah, more challenges on challenges.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. And just before we maybe turn to you for some of the opportunities and the way forward, from a Climeworks perspective, we're obviously engineered carbon removal. We're selling high quality, durable, to the highest standards that exist credits, but that comes at a price point. And then when we're going and trading in the free voluntary carbon market, really we're relying on educated goodwill buyers who can afford to do that. And that pool, as you referred to, is small and not enough to scale the industry. So that's definitely something that we see as a challenge, and we need ways of crowding in more buyers for this engineered removal section. We can maybe talk about that as well a bit later.
Yeah, from our perspective, we are you could say the last part of the value chain as a provider of storage, which is the destination of the carbon dioxide. And whether we are looking at the voluntary market or compliance markets depends on where the CO2 comes from. So I think it's fair to say that our biggest obvious market is the European compliance market, which is by far the largest carbon market on the planet. And in that case, our customers will be industries, hard to abate industrial sectors that use technology such as yours or others to capture their emissions, prevent them from reaching the atmosphere, and thereby complying with the ETS system, which complies them to reduce their emissions or otherwise pay for them. So this is a quite established market, huge market, and the rules and regulations are more or less in place and accepted and known. So so that is really kind of a fairly straightforward, we can say, avenue towards a lot of revenues potentially on this big compliance market. Then we have other sources of CO2, for example, the CO2 captured from the atmosphere by Climeworks in Iceland, where we are indirectly involved in the voluntary market, and which brings with it, of course, the verification and monitoring and validation, credit certification, and so forth. Like was mentioned, the voluntary market is tiny compared to the compliance market, but there are increasing tendencies towards a convergence between the two. So we see that Europe, for example, is discussing actively and openly discussing the possibility of accepting credits from the voluntary market or removals into the ETS system, which would, of course, improve the business case and create more customers. There is one element of the relationship between the voluntary market and national contributions or the national accounts towards the obligations towards the Paris Agreement that is interesting. I hope it's not too complex to get into it in a few sentences, but this is the case.
But important.
Yeah. This is the case where there is some controversy about the situation when a project developer in a certain country sells the outcome of that project on the voluntary carbon market to a private company. Then at the same time, the country where this project is situated also counts this towards its commitments towards the Paris Agreement, their nationally determined contribution. And there's some discussion about that this is double counting in some way. I see this again and again, that this is something that should be avoided. But in my opinion, there is nothing wrong with this because the corporate commitments or contributions to the voluntary market are entirely separate from the national accounts. So these are two completely different, unrelated files. So I tend to support the view that this is not double counting, but rather co-claiming, which is not harmful or problematic in any way. We have examples of this that have been somewhat controversial. We could take another example of Iceland, close to home, Climeworks selling credits on the voluntary market, and Iceland then also counting that in their Paris Agreement commitments. For me, that would be not a problem, but it is a bit of a controversial issue and has to be addressed, because if this were considered harmful, it would mean that project developers would almost certainly not be able to have funding from both government support and private sector voluntary investments, because both parties want to claim credit for being a part of the project, and if they can't, they probably won't do it.
And I think we could do another example. We recently, had a deal together with Microsoft and Ørsted in Denmark, which was part of the Danish funding round. And we're building these plants right now, which are biogenic plants that we're capturing CO2 from, and we're storing it safely in the Northern Lights project in Norway. And one of the key questions very early on is whether Microsoft would be able to buy these credits, and then Denmark also be able to claim these credits on the national level. I think the Danes were very quick to say that these are two different accounting systems, and this has been really instrumental, because this is why we can see projects going forward. They could be able to bid in a combination with government funding as well as with the credits, and this of course makes a very big difference when it comes to how much public money that goes into this. So it's not just the privates that actually have a benefit from this, but certainly also the public sector, which are going to support more projects. And so there is a big upside in this system as well. But on the contrary, we see Sweden have been working with this for a very long time. A lot of frustrated emitters in Sweden because they haven't been able to sort exactly this challenge out as part of their legislation.
So perhaps this is an example of where we are overreaching in the perfection that climate solutions must pass through an extremely small eye of a needle, which will ultimately lead to less action.
And I think we were sitting with the Norwegian delegation yesterday, and they're talking about how we actually work here at COP in trying to detail out the Paris Agreement. And I think we sometimes also need to reflect on how deep do we need to make those details, right? Because there is a lot of work done into things that we might not agree on, all of us, but that there's enough there to get going.
And
I
it's
think
a speed game.
absolutely,
well.
absolutely. So I don't think we have time to sit around and try to solve these on a very, very detailed. We need to allow for this to develop over time.
And it is a public-private partnership. It has to be. To scale up the industry, we need governments. We need government support, both on the supply side, helping us develop the projects. And I think, honestly, we need governments on the demand side too. So this co-sharing and co-accounting of credits, I think, is very important. I think that if you are going to allocate huge amounts of public funding, which the industry needs, and maintain that and see the value from that, host countries who are putting those funds forward need to be able to allocate that against their NDCs. So I think within the small community of carbon removal, that is an acknowledgement that we need to move towards this. The question is, how quickly can we do that? And do we wait for official policy to catch up? Or is there a way that we, coming out of this last week and looking at next week as well, can we pilot this on government to governments, a sort of bilateral agreements? Can we strike agreements between the developer and the host nation, perhaps between us, Climeworks and Carbfix and Iceland, where we're doing it? So we have this amazing opportunity to step out and lead, I think, and show the rest of the world, hey, this could be done. And I think it's by those small actions that we can move quickly into setting examples that the rest of the world can then, and the markets can then catch up with.
I think we should not underestimate the role of the public sector here. We've seen the DOEs actually start a purchasing program. That's a very, very strong signal. This is okay, we're moving forward. We're encouraging the Scandinavian countries to do the same. We saw the Prime Minister in Norway was out talking about that there might be a possibility that we would actually lean on some of these mechanisms. So just starting to open up that discussion is going to be really important to actually accelerate this. Right now, I think you're quite right, Olaf, but we're standing a bit still when the regulatory and the voluntary market hasn't really, and the relationships between them hasn't really been sorted well out, and that really slows down the adoption of these type of processes.
Yeah, and it is quite amazing to think of, if you consider for a moment the emergency we find ourselves in, and then haggling about so many things that you feel just we need to move forward, and so there's a bit of a restlessness there. We're not reaching the progress we could be reaching if some issues were left to be sorted out as we learn, as we go, rather than to kind of halt everything until we have a perfect solution.
We need that restlessness.
Yeah.
Let's harness that. And one of my
the building is burning, and we are debating the extinguisher, and
Yeah, exactly. What color extinguisher? Like, what brand do we need? Is that a supplier we want to buy from? All of that. But actually, one of my takeaways from this last week so far, and I've been surprised, actually, honestly, it's the momentum, the appetite, the energy of we're beginning to see some of the pieces coming together, the Article 6.4 side of things. But then actually, how do we do this? How do we go quicker?
Yeah, and you touched briefly on the international aspect of this, the potential for collaboration between geographies and countries, which Article 6 is all about, and that's an interesting concept. So it is really a positive thing to have clear rules on how this should be done. That is, different countries cooperating on mitigation outcomes across borders, because it unlocks the kind of you could call it division of labor between countries, where countries that have the resources and finances and technologies can support good projects in other parts of the world where they don't have the same resources, and this is all accounted for in a proper way. So I think that it's a global problem, and it must be addressed not just within borders, but across borders. But there are some. So we have the actually already functioning mechanism of countries becoming buyers of project or mitigation outcomes and sellers. So we have now a world of buyers and sellers on a country level, and that I think is good as a matter of principle, but it also brings with it some potential problems or challenges, such as maybe will the countries selling their projects, which means that they do not count for them in their own commitments towards the Paris Agreement, will they be able to reach their goals if they are selling all of the progress that is being made? So I think that is a key issue to consider. Also, you could ask the question: is it all right for richer nations to kind of get an easy way out? Let's say they have a cheaper project in some country elsewhere in the world that they use to achieve their own goals by maybe buying some very cheap economical outcomes in other countries, meaning that those countries are further away from reaching their goals than they were. But the purchasing country doesn't then have maybe the same impetus to continue ambition domestically. So I think one way to address this is to have a clear separation between to state publicly what are you going to achieve domestically and what are you going to achieve by purchasing projects in other countries, to make sure that there is not a bleeding between the two, so that you are really just buying your way out of the issue and not addressing the real opportunities that may be a little bit harder to do at home.
I think it's a very valid opportunity. I mean, you mentioned the challenges, but a way of transferring some sort of indirect finance, some global north wealth into some of the projects and economies and industrial development in the global south. I think, and certainly talking to sort of IMF and World Bank and others just at the very early stages about this, I think this is something we're going to see, and it is an important development, but it's quite a complicated development in a market that is very embryonic and not yet moving in the right direction. Can I ask you, John, about the international transference of credits?
Well, I think So I think I think most of all, I don't believe that people will go deep into these type of the technicalities of these, but I think more importantly, this is a signal that these type of mechanisms will actually be the future. And I think that the progress that was made on Article 6.4 as a kind of at the opening of this COP, really it's not a perfect outcome, but it's a much more detailed outcome, and that what we would expect from these negotiations. And it sets a standard, so that doesn't mean that we will not continue to involve these type of descriptions and details into it, but it's a much better starting point and something that the majority of the people here can agree around. And I think that will also spill into some of the voluntary market before we actually see these markets are actually being more mature. The fact that we are now starting to do this on a UN level rather than doing this on a very sort of corporate green, green companies to green companies type of discussions. I think that also sets a precedence so that people can really take a step forward into this market. And you and I were talking on stage in London here a couple of weeks ago, and we got a question from the audience saying, do you think that you guys can go down and solve the Article 6 negotiations so that we can actually open a huge market for carbon credits? And maybe you can tell us what we tried to tell them in this session.
That we had some great questions actually on that particular session. I think our framing was that that's not the thing that right now is going to open up the huge demand in a time scale that we need it. We have to do this process. It's the right process. It's progressing well. We're very grateful for the progress that's been made, particularly over the last couple of weeks here. But we need more action now as well. And that is a combination of private and public government-led demand stimulus, both on a sort of bilateral governments to governments, governments to corporates. We need to form, I guess, small ecosystems around the people, around the industries who are doing this, developing the right projects to get this done.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was an important milestone that was reached here unexpectedly, quite on day one. And it's my understanding that this could actually become theoretically operational next year. What was approved was some requirements for methodologies and some requirements on removal activities, such as direct air capture. And it's now up to project developers to submit their methodologies for approval as being compliant with the requirements that were published. And then you have the so-called blue stamp of the UN on your project, which I would think should carry some weight on the market, increase trust to projects. And this really, if I understand it correctly, it should be noted that I think there are maybe 3 or 4 people on the planet that actually understand all the details of the Article 6.4, and I've not met any of them.
I'm not sure it's us 3 standing here, unfortunately. Sorry to disappoint.
I just looked up one of the biggest experts on the issue is Eve Tamme, whom many of you may know, and she just published on LinkedIn a graph with a simplified view of how this all works. And it's quite funny to tell people, I'm going to show you a simplified view and show them this graph.
Yeah, I've
because
seen it.
It is not simple at all. I stayed up all night trying to make sense of it. But that is, even though this official UN market, almost global market, we could say, opens up, is a positive development and opens up new types of customers for companies such as ours. Now governments in other countries are potential buyers instead of just a voluntary market, which is a huge new market potentially for project developers. But the system being so complex that very few people understand it is also a lack of understanding. It doesn't tend to inspire confidence in investors and markets. So complex systems are not necessarily bad. I mean, take the Icelandic social security system. There are probably no one that understands that in all details. Doesn't mean it is necessarily a bad system. ETS is quite complex. It's not easy initially to get your head around it, but I wonder whether it is a little bit too complex, whether there are ways to make it easier to understand what you are allowed to do and what you are not allowed to do in order for this to take off.
Or maybe we have to learn by doing, and
absolutely
hand in hand with the UN process as developers, try it out. And as a developer, how are you thinking
well,
about this?
I think we've, this overcoming complexity is one thing, not just on this level, on these discussions that we're having here in Article 6, but take it one step down and look at, people said, we're just going to get the methodologies in place and let's get on with it. That's absolutely not true. And we're really, really learning that on the first projects, right? Because, first of all, these methodologies are very complex just to get finished in all of the areas that it needs to go. And then you need to figure out, how do you implement this? How do you actually do this in a real project? And who is need to be involved? And some of these verification activities that are needed with third parties, this becomes a very complex structure. So I think we, from the first of a kind projects that we are now delivering in Europe, we're kind of understanding the first thing that you need to do is start working with it. Long before you actually start building these carbon capture plants, you need to start working with, how will this actually end up working in the end? Because it takes such a long time, and in the projects that we are delivering now over the next couple of years, we are still at the stage where we need to push forward. We are still at the stage where these are top risk elements in order for the success of these projects. And you shouldn't expect, when the methodology is getting into place, you should expect that it's really just to take the methodology and get an DMV up and running and do some verification. It's absolutely not true. It just, so I think just the implementation game of this is just we've just seen the tip of the iceberg when it comes to this.
And then you have an environment where you have many methodologies that you're working with.
Yes,
we are working with methodologies on the voluntary market. We are working with methodologies on the compliance market under ETS and the CCS directive. We are working with methodologies that are being developed for the carbon removal certification framework in the EU. Now we have the Article 6.4.
And different domestic ones too are emerging.
Different domestic ones, different standards, and so it is multi-layered. But I think there has been, fortunately, an effort to not reinvent the wheel. So I believe many methodologies on the voluntary market that have been developed over the past few months or even years have tried to anticipate the requirements of Article 6.4 and design it to the extent possible with that in mind. So, but nevertheless, it is a bit of a jungle.
And that jungle and complexity, when you are a first-of-a-kind developer, or you're a startup with a new technology, or you're trying to scale up these industries, it's risk on risk on risk from an investor point of view in terms of raising capital, which comes back to needing government support or mechanisms like that to get us through this next phase. And it is difficult to see through the complexity of something like Article 6.4 to make.
But I think what did we call it earlier? The kind of restlessness will only increase. So we are now, in a crisis that is going to be solved voluntarily. I don't really see it happening, but as the crisis becomes more and more urgent and obvious, I think there will be a greater push for the real measures that matter, which is price on carbon. Yeah. I don't know, global price. Many people talk about that, but I think you need to put the policies in place that are a strong enough deterrence for emissions and a strong enough incentive for removing emissions already emitted, and they are simply not strong enough. We can see that in how we are doing. But well, one positive thing is that ETS has worked fairly well. Emissions are going down. So I think overall it has been a successful system. More and more countries, I think there are 34 ETS schemes around the world. So I think they are kind of they almost ban certain emissions above a certain level, and that's where you need to go. We need to start thinking about this as pouring pollution into the drinking reservoir. You just can't do it, or you will be heavily penalized. So I think the urgency in the policies is not reflecting the reality of our situation.
And let's be honest, we need to also think or end on a positive note. There are lots of developments that are moving in the right direction. One of the things that I've been really happy about is to see that companies that are taking the step, being the first movers, they are getting the most support, but they are also now starting to get fruits out of their own markets. Yep. Remember, 10 years ago, we said there is no income stream from premium products. That's not true anymore. We do see that companies that actually start taking steps, they do get their premiums out of there. And that's another type of a revenue stream that will actually be able to realize more. So I think we're taking steps, but it's the speed of the steps, and it's a complexity of balancing the voluntary side and the commercial side, which is still quite a bit of a hindrance. And then, of course, as I always say, people say, well, you've been in the business since early 2000, it needs to be a big industry. How do you grow that industry? We're still building this industry. CCS and CCUS is still, a build phase, first of a kind in different geographies, different jurisdictions. So I think we need to realize that we're still at the start of this process. And we have had a lot of good progress in some of the, in the UK that are finally getting around to taking some FIDs. In Scandinavia, we've seen projects being delivered, and we see, the effects of the 45Q. Not everywhere, but projects moving forward. Yeah. So there are absolutely things, and when we now see the CDR credits are being purchased by, the U.S. government, things are moving in the right direction. But it's the scale of this.
Absolutely.
It's the scale of this, and I think if there's something I'm left with at this COP is that there is a big opportunity for countries to step in when the US takes a step back. I think we will certainly see this. And we were talking this morning, think about the Middle East. I think we will see people stepping into the spotlight and taking a more responsible
absolutely. In this sort of next phase of administration change in the US, it's a big question: who steps up? What does global leadership on climate look like? But I'm already encouraged. My one takeaway, I think, from this last week has been the exciting momentum around this. And actually, I'm curious. Well, first of all, thank you both. Exciting to be on stage with you. Lots of very useful insights. And I think we're part of a small community that is trying to solve this problem and make it real. So thank you both for your time. But I'm curious. What's one reflection you've had on the week here, positive or negative, and then one thing that you're going to take away and act on before the next COP?
Act on our projects, delivering our projects. I mean, for me, this is a very kind of thinking about my day-to-day job. I mean, we have so many exciting projects, and absolutely agree. We can see positive things, projects coming around. I think that the takeaway from COP is from a company perspective, we feel that mineralization as a new technology that nobody knew about a few years ago is now well known. So that's positive from a really kind of selfish point of view. But I think this development on Article 6, which I've been trying to follow for 2 years now, is exciting, that there was some milestone reached, and I'm really excited about exploring further now how can this be applied and what opportunities are involved.
Great. Thank you.
I think for me, it's, people are saying, well, we don't see the top leaders here at this COP. But what gives me a little bit of hope in this situation is that this momentum churns on with or without their presence. We do see progress. We do see updates. We're taking new steps. We're preparing for COP now in Brazil next time, where we are gathering together and taking a status. We're doing what we set out to do. And would we like to do more? Yeah, absolutely more. I think, from a company perspective, now we kind of done, gotten started in Europe. Now we need to see the same in the US. I don't think US will slow down. I think they will see that as long as these mechanisms are in place, as long as it's business to do good business, then we will succeed. And hopefully, and one of the hopes from COP is that we'll see the UK, we'll see Saudi Arabia, we'll see Nordic countries taking a step forward to actually fill some of the gaps that we probably will see, unfortunately, as a result of the US election.
I think that's an excellent way to finish. global uncertainty, we need other governments to step up, because that's only thing that's going to help us move in the right direction here. Thank you both very much. Thank you to all of you for making the time to listen to us today. Thank you, Not.
Thank you as well.
Good morning. What does it take to scale CCS? What is CCS role and what are the ongoing projects in the world? Well, it's happening in the current projects. If you're here and would like to listen to Vattenfall from Heidelberg Material, the research organization SINTEF, CCSA and Carbfix, you are in the right place here or on the Steam here today. But we're going to start first on a very big topic, and we're going to get an introduction from the IEA. So let's welcome Araceli Fernandez-Pales from IEA to give her opening remarks on the state of CCS. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks again very much for the kind invitation. It's a pleasure. I hope you can hear me well. It's a pleasure to be here 1 year later to again give you a bit of an update on the latest status of CCUS in terms of project trends, in terms of gaps that we still see would be good to be filled in by enhanced international cooperation. Just to get started, oops. Okay, perfect. Just wanted to take a bit of a quick step back to really set CCUS as one of the levers to reduce emissions within the whole challenge of reaching net zero emissions by 2050. When we look at all the different strategies in the system, what we see is that strategies like renewable capacity, we think about the tripling of renewable capacity additions towards 2030, or the doubling on energy efficiency to 2030 as well, can bring us already around 2/3 the way we need to be in 2030 in terms of emission reductions. But of course, there are other tools that we need to use. The energy system is diverse, it's complex, and we need to make sure that we have enough tools at hand at commercial scale to make sure that we can decarbonize all those spots in the energy system. CCUS, in our analysis, results in around 8% of the cumulative CO2 emission savings in the whole energy sector, but of course has more important contributions in specific areas if we think about some areas of heavy industry, but also fuel supply. Now, we monitor very closely the dynamics on the market on how CCUS projects are evolving, and we've seen a continuous growth, dynamic environment, with similar levels of annual growth compared to last year. So these are numbers for up to February 2024 compared to February 2023, where we see again 35% increase in terms of capture capacity and 70% increase in terms of storage capacity. Those are on the basis of announcements. Of course, those are different levels of maturity. Not all have reached operations or final investment decisions, but it's important to flag that we have this continuous growth. Again, we are far from where we need to be, despite this positive momentum. We need to reach around 1 gigaton of CO2 emissions being captured by 2030 to be compatible with this trajectory towards net zero emissions by 2050. There's different areas that I'd like to highlight when we analyze in more detail these different announcements. First of all, as I've mentioned, not all of them have reached final investment decision or are in operation. This needs to increase. We see that around 20% or 15%, depending on whether we're talking about capture or storage, have reached this level of maturity. But also what we've seen is that there's different levels of distribution when it comes to the different applications of CCUS projects on these announcements. Areas that are highly dependent on the deployment of CCUS for decarbonizing, like cement production, for example, have not seen the largest share, for example, of within those announcements. Only 10% of those announcements relate to the cement industry, for example. And of course, international collaboration is going to be crucial to reinforce this pipeline of projects, to make sure that we can increase those shares of committed projects within that pipeline, and we can increase the bar and the overall level of those announcements as well. It is remarkable to see when we look at the regional spread of those announcements that those are quite concentrated on advanced economies, as you can see in the slide. But the contrast, or the other side of the coin, is that when we look at what will be needed by 2030 in terms of CCUS deployment, we see that 60% of that deployment needs to take place in emerging markets and developing economies. So again, we need to kind of drive that shift regionally as well through international cooperation. Just wanted to highlight three key pillars that we think are crucial for international cooperation, and we're very good to discuss in the panels as well today. The first one is about innovation. We need to keep driving the demonstration and the first commercial projects for most of these CCUS applications. This is important because, again, that's not the case where we have those commercially available, particularly in some areas of heavy industrial applications. This also goes hand in hand with expanding the regional, let's say, the regional coverage of those announcements, as I've mentioned. The second area is about how to handle transnational projects, where we have to have infrastructure that cross national borders. There is a lot of cooperation, planning, anticipation, permitting that needs to be coordinated and agreed across countries. So this is another key area for international cooperation. And the third one I wanted to highlight is about carbon dioxide removal projects. We are seeing an increasing need of getting mutual recognition and common understanding about the monitoring, reporting and verification systems to make sure that those projects, those technologies can really provide these benefits of carbon removal that are needed and crucially needed in the net zero emissions transition. So those are just some key areas from our perspective from the International Energy Agency for prioritizing international cooperation, but we're very interested as well in hearing views from different stakeholders on these areas and beyond as well, to keep moving and increasing those shares, those announced projects, and make sure that next year we can come here and then say that, you know, we just not keep the pace of growth, but we actually have increased it. So thanks very much, and I'll hand it over. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and a round of applause for these insights from the IEA. Now I'm going to welcome Winston, Annika, and Nils to the stage. They are all forerunners in their area, so if you can take a... And while I'm saying that, so Heidelberg Materials, of course, very well-known concrete and materials group, now delivering and one of the big carbon capture projects in the world. I think we're going to run without the, hopefully that will work. And Annika from Vattenfall, and a large portfolio of decarbonization, and of course Sintef, a world-renowned research organization that's been on the, really from the start of the carbon capture and storage era. Thank you so much for joining us. So I just want to start with you, Winston, first. Heidelberg Materials. What are the benefits from your perspective to do CCS?
Yes, so we are one of the biggest construction material companies in the world, and we are producing cement, aggregates, and concrete. And concrete is actually the second most used material in the world. So it's absolutely key that we decarbonize it. And so far, CCUS is really the only technology which can get us to net zero. And that's why we have started the journey early on. So far, we have announced 12 large-scale CCUS projects in Europe and Northern America. And actually, Northern Europe is absolutely crucial in that regard, because there is where we will actually, in about 2 weeks' time, complete our first mechanical completion of the first CCS facility in the cement world. We will capture 400,000 tons of CO2 and transport and store it under the North Sea as part of the Northern Lights Consortium. And we have also now launched, due to Breivik, the first ever green net zero cement in the world, which we will hit the market as soon as summer next year. And the order books are open, and we are now discussing with our customers, with our customers, to really launch this extremely innovative, first-of-a-kind product in the world.
And turning to now the power and heat sector of Annika, Vattenfall has been decarbonizing for quite some time now, their portfolio. And I know now that what's really remaining is their heat your heat portfolio. Can you give us a bit of a status on your side? How is the decarbonization going?
Well, the decarbonization is going fairly okay, I would say, from a Vattenfall point of view. Since 2017, we have managed to reduce our emissions by 69%. And a lot of that has been in the electricity side by phasing out coal and exchanging natural gas for both biofuels, finding excess heat or from could be data centers or others. But like you said, the heat part is the difficult one, where we still have a lot of natural gas that we need to tackle. But we also, of course, get carbon dioxide from waste incineration and from burning biomass. So in those areas, that's what we said. We always want to exchange the fossil fuels as far as it's absolutely possible. And I think from the electricity side, we should actually completely phase out the fossil fuels. But then we need then to start looking at the negative emissions by capturing carbon dioxide from bio-based combustion. And there we have a number of projects ongoing.
And how are you finding that? Are these projects that you're doing now easier than the ones that you've kind of done so far?
No, I wouldn't say they are easier. I mean, we run a successful CCS project already 2008 until 14 and had an up and running CCS plant in Schwarze Pumpe in Germany, and we were also part of activities in other countries, in Netherlands and UK. However, right now we've been running several projects in parallel. So one north of Stockholm in Uppsala, where we intended to capture and utilize the carbon dioxide to make e-fuels. And then the other one is south of Stockholm, where we intended to capture it and then be part of the market of offering negative emissions. But unfortunately, both of those have now gone into a slower mode when our partners on the e-fuel side said it's more profitable to pursue this in the US with the IRA, and then we've been looking for other partners. And then on the other side, we came to the conclusion that the market is too immature and there are too many risks still involved. So we definitely believe that we have to have CCS also for biomass. However, at the current state, we are pulling at a halt and wait for the market conditions to emerge.
And SINTEF, of course, being a research provider in this field from the early 2000s until now, is there anything more to research in this field, or have all of the solutions are now in play? You can hear Annika; she's a little bit struggling here.
Well, she's laughing as well, because I've been with this since Schwarze Pumpe, and these activities. But the same question was actually asked about 20 years ago, Don't we know enough about this? And usually when you talked about transportation of CO2, you were laughed at conferences because this is a done deal, What we have learned is really that you need to look closer into this and how do you couple, for instance, the flow phenomena with the material behavior and corrosion and issues like that. And some of the issues which we worked on together with you on degradation, for instance, on solvents. Well, it's still active activity, So how do we take out the dissolved oxygen out of solvents in an effective way to get more effective system and less energy usage? So I would say that research over these years has been the constant, whereas it's been an emotional roller coaster in terms of CCS and when is it going to be deployed, So I think it's really important that both the national support for CCS research has been there all the time, and also the European Commission has kept up the momentum in this field, because they also did the maths, it's needed.
Winston, your day job when you're not here at COP is also very much around the regulational side. How do you work to promote favorable CCS regulation, and how does that influence the projects that you have in the portfolio now?
Yeah, I mean, the regulation and the enabling conditions is absolutely key. I think we are quite confident now when it comes to the technology, when it comes to the operational side, but where we really need to work on is making the business case, right? And I think for that, when we develop a CCS project, we look at three main things. We look at the incentive structures, we look on the availability of transport and storage infrastructure, and we look at the demand side. And on the business case, it's very clear for the next 10 to 15 years, these are still very much pioneer projects, and these are very CapEx and OpEx intensive, so we need to have some sort of funding support to bridge the investment gap. And there, for example, I fully agree. I mean, now we have a project in America where we got an IRA grant, which is one application, it was done within half a year and it was agreed, while in the EU the funding support is very scattered, and the innovation fund is great. We have two projects, but it's not sufficient. It's really focused on innovation, it's not focused on deployment, and we are now really in the implementation stage. And on the infrastructure, I think we really need to work on de-risking the different parts of the chain and also bringing them together so that we have one timeline and that we can finally reach a common FID with all steps of the parts of the value chain. And the last part is really, and that I think is not discussed enough, is the demand side. I said we will bring forward evoZero, the first net zero cement in the world next year, but we are also still looking where are really the customers buying that product. And one of the problems is that standards are not updated. And the second problem is that the procurement rules are very old and they actually don't look on embodied carbon in buildings and infrastructure, and that needs to be changed.
I can see, Annika, you're nodding when it comes to some of these points on the infrastructure side as well as deployment. What is it that it's going to take in order to Vattenfall to be successful on these, first of a kind projects that you're doing now?
Well, I think, Winston, you took almost all my notes, I'd say. So I think it's very much about, we see that EU need to put a market in place where it's clear also about the accounting rules and looking at the full value chain. I think that is very important, that every piece of the value chain need to know what their role is, and we need to get the supports where it's needed. So I think also from just getting it into the market, there we need some investment support, but then it's very much about getting the market mechanisms and be very clear about who can account for it, and if you don't account for it, there needs to be another benefit on the money side one way or another. So I think that is maybe one of the key things. But in addition, I think also the logistic thing about how do you also, when you need to store the carbon dioxide or even transport, generally, how do you transport it, and what is the regulatory framework around transportation of carbon dioxide?
Do you see any, I came from a debate at the British Pavilion here yesterday when they're talking about expectations to energy production, and the expectation is that the price is need to go down. Do you, as part of your decarbonization journeys, do you see any premium upsides like we've seen for some of the cement companies that are early out?
I think this is one of the problems, that we don't see that. No. And I think that's also why we needed to sort of pause a bit on the projects, is that there is no premium in there. And I think that also is partly because the accounting rules and how you're going to benefit every actor in the value chain, it's not clear for them how that's going to benefit us, and therefore we're waiting.
So nobody's wanting to pay for green heat in their homes. Yeah, no. That's so I'm taking a step further. International collaboration. As Sintef, as a research organization, so one of your role is also to spread knowledge around this this topic. And how do you work to actually facilitate the spreading of knowledge around CCS?
Well, I can mention one example. We've got a project called CO2 Data Share, which is sharing data on storage sites on a global scale, which is operating from now to 2026. And with also where everybody can put in data on the specific storage sites. And you have the US joining into this, and a joint also for the funding of that. So meaning that you can retrieve data for CO2 storage, and CO2 storage has been such an underestimated topic over the years in CCS, because it's been all about your business, which is capturing. Well, of course, a very important part of the solution, but unless you have enough qualified storage, you don't have a solution. And that's why I'm thinking, and that's also the determining step in terms of to make projects fly, has been alluded by here as well. So working on sharing knowledge on the subsurface and how you can utilize that to the best possible for your project, I think that's key, and is one of the examples. And I think EU is also doing very good activities within this on CO2 storage atlases and so forth, so we get more knowledge about the subsurface, which, by the way, is a, you could research on that forever. I mean, you don't know the geology before you drilled. Yeah.
That's true, and we'll hear more from the EU and DG Climate at the end of this panel debate. But I want to come back to you, Winston. Collaboration across the industries. Are you seeing that? Are you guys working with other industries that are also on the path to decarbonization and see some of the same challenges?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you just must imagine we are coming from a high heat, rather straightforward production process, and putting another facility on top, which is low heat and very complex. So for us, that requires completely new value chains, and collaboration is absolutely key. To give you one example is we are working on 3 different capture technologies, amine, lilac and oxyfuel, and of course we are working with research institutes, we are working with engineering, technology companies in order to test them and to pilot them, and we even have cooperations with other cement players in the industry, you know, in Mergelstetten on oxyfuel, for example. And another, I think, important field is we are talking a lot about CCS and storage, but of course we are also looking at CCU, the utilization part, and there we work with companies in order to test applications. One of the applications is that we can actually use the captured CO2 to infiltrate it into recycled cement paste, to have it permanently stored within our products. Another solution is to use it for either fuels or plastics or even to carbonate the next drink.
And do you see also in terms of actually your local business, because it's quite local when you do your materials business and cement production, how do you make sure that you can actually enable some of the projects that would like to use this EvoZero cement of yours other places in the world? Because that's a kind of a tricky challenge, isn't it, for a very local business?
It's true. I mean, cement and concrete is a very local business, and so we cannot have CCS everywhere, at least not for the next 10 to 15 years. And in order to diversify the market, what we have developed is a so-called book and claim approach. So actually, the EvoZero, which comes from Norway, you can buy the physical product, but you can also buy the virtual product, where we are sending, so to say, the green attribute to one of our other plants around Europe, and there you can then buy the green cement with, well, a normal cement with the green attribute on top. And that is a secure system. We are using blockchain. It's certified by DNV. So that is, we really need to think about innovative methods in order to get the market going.
Annika, you're going to get the last point here. You know, taking a step back, where do you see CCUS play a role in totality?
Well, I think first of all, like I said earlier, I think it's important we should get fossil fuels out wherever it's possible. But then there are sectors, and it's in particular those that are hard to abate. So I would say it's the cement sector and concrete. It is aviation. But here I also want to emphasize, here we should look at the full system and really optimize. And like you said, you are rethinking a bit of how do you integrate the processes. Because I think in order for us to in particular use CCU to utilize it, we need to secure that the processes we run, and I look at you also to help to define those, because we want as high concentration as possible of the carbon dioxide in order to really make the full process energy efficient enough so that you can utilize it and don't need to put in too much energy to capture and really enhance the carbon dioxide to the level that is needed.
And just, yeah, I mean, I would like to comment on that as well. You know, you need to do the maths. You know, so that's actually benefiting the climate. I think that's really important when it comes to CCU.
And that's also what I want to say, that it's the overall system that needs to be optimized so that we have climate at the end of it.
And also to think about the removals, because everything which we delay now eventually has to be taken out of the atmosphere.
Winston, Annika, Niels, thank you so much for coming. A big round of applause. We're going to do a quick change, so I'm going to take your headphones with you, and let's take the last one as well. I'm going to welcome to the stage now Olivia and Edda. Olivia from the CCSA, Edda from it's a very interesting technology company, Carbfix on Iceland. Thank you both for being here today. I'm going to start with you, Olivia. I guess there is actually a congratulations in place. For those who have been following the CCUS industry, you know, the UK has long been a leader in this, developing a lot of good business models. We're seeing projects mature, and finally we're seeing some movement. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it's very, very exciting in the UK at the moment. We've had, since the new government was in place in the summer, they have reaffirmed their commitment to funding for the first projects. And so we are now imminently going to see final investment decisions for those first projects, for the Track 1 projects. So we've been, over the last 3.5 years, really working towards this space to get those first projects over the line. We've been working on the cluster sequencing process, and these are the first Track 1 projects. And it will be incredibly important, I think, for investors to be able to see this happening, for industry to be able to see those first projects move forward. But those are the first ones. So we need those to reach forward and reach financial close. But we then have a whole swathe of other projects across the UK that are ready to move forward to deployment. And if we are to continue to be on track, I think, to meet our targets of capturing and storing 20 to 30 million tonnes by 2030, rising to 50 to 60 million tonnes by 2035, we've really got to keep moving on those and make sure that the next projects are ready and able to move forward to reach financial close and to be able to be capturing and storing by 2030.
And we've seen the UK take a leading role also here at COP. What do you read out of the announcements and the things that came out here at COP from the UK side?
I think we've seen really great leadership from the UK, and it's been even going into the Pavilion, there's a great buzz and there's a lot of activity there, and I think the commitment in terms of the 81% reduction in the NDC is really good, and it just helps, I think, frame it for everyone who's involved in achieving those reductions in emissions, that we've really got that framework and target and the government behind it. And again, there are also additional targets, and the NISO, a newly formed body, has been asked to deliver a plan in terms of how we will achieve clean power by 2030. That's been done. They've produced that, and the government are going to respond before Christmas. So we can really see an acceleration in movement here. And
welcome back to COP. This is not your first COP, but I've been reading up on what's going to happen in the carbon and the Carb Fix family. It seems like you've been busy since last. Do you see the same momentum that Olivia here is describing?
Yeah, absolutely. We are definitely seeing increased momentum when it comes to carbon management. Of course, we offer a different type of storage. We mineralize CO2, turn it to stone. So you use other type of geologic formations for storage than traditionally considered. We use basalt, some of the most common rock types on Earth. And what's good is that this opens up a whole new part of the world that previously hasn't been considered feasible for underground storage of CO2, because these formations are typically found in other places than where oil and gas is typically found. So the more and the merrier storage projects coming online. We've been very busy. We are just about to commission two new operations in Iceland, one for carbon removal, other for full-scale point source capture for our largest geothermal power plant. So definitely things are happening on our end, and we are also looking at expanding outside of Iceland, because, as I'd say, these formations are found all over.
And do you think that your alternative way of storing CO2 will actually drive forward more CO2 capture and storage around the world in these different locations? And how do you see that come together, when we've heard some of the challenges that some of our previous panelists are having with these first-of-a-kind projects?
I mean, all first-of-a-kind projects are dealing with same issues, whether it's different types of capture or different types of storage solutions that are being used. Building these new value chains is not like drinking a cup of water. It requires a lot of thinking and assembling, and for us, being sort of the final part of the value chain, the timeline matching is tricky, to say the least. Not least bearing in mind that we have to go through very diligent, very long permitting process. So when to start the permitting process, if you don't know exactly when the CO2 will come online. But to answer your question, I do think, yes, that our solution will increase momentum, because, as I said earlier, it opens up new areas around the world that previously haven't been considered as options for geological storage of CO2, meaning that nearby operators, existing infrastructure and industries can look at how do we, in our near community, start building out these value chains, looking at point source capture and nearby storage, and that, of course, will save on cost by minimizing the distances required for transport. We bring down the cost of the value chain, which is what it's all about.
And I don't think we should underestimate some of the, the simplicity of the story of turning CO2 into stone. And have you seen, in your project that the public perception piece is easier?
Yes, historically we've definitely seen that, being able to hold the rock, and actually I usually have a rock in my pocket, but my colleague has it in his pocket, so maybe I'll ask him to.
I actually have one as well.
I know, I gave it to you. Yeah, but we really see that just being able to show this, you can see the white spots. This is mineralized CO2. It's not going anywhere. It was mineralized a long time ago, and it'll remain as rock forever. And this is actually nature's way of permanently storing CO2. It's part of the global carbon cycle, and over 99.9% of all carbon on Earth is already stored. Oh, I'm not gonna through this mechanism. So definitely, this gives added confidence and also just a different type of understanding and a different way of allowing the public to connect with what is actually happening. Because these are engineered solutions. They sound complex, but in our case, they aren't. And for just traditional storage, it isn't either. But we're able to use, the very simple analogy that how we inject the CO2 is we dissolve it in water. So we are injecting sparkling water, which everybody knows. Everybody can make sparkling water at home. And then this sparkling water reacts with the host rock, and in 2 years the CO2 is turned to stone and is part of the bedrock forever, and then we can reuse the water again. So this explanation has really helped in sort of gaining social license to operate and public acceptance. However, we also see that when we are developing projects and getting close to starting construction in facilities that are close to people's homes, for example, then we see not in my backyard, which is what we see all over. But then, of course, we just have to continue to explain and educate that indeed there is nothing to be worried about. There is nothing harmful about CO2, and it's people are starting to get afraid of CO2, thinking it's this almost poison, but I mean it's the founding block of life. We breathe it, out, and we use it in everyday life. And I think we have to also become better at putting it into that perspective. This is not something new. It's been part of life on Earth forever, but somehow it's become this real bad thing. But it's not the CO2 that's the bad stuff. It's the impact that too much of it in the atmosphere is having on climate. So I think we have to do better in that storytelling.
No, and I think from our company at SLB Capture, we do see the same public perception challenges now that we're coming to the US. There's been other industries that have been having different types of community engagement, some successful, some not successful. So some of that pushback has that we saw very early on in Europe, and even in Norway we saw that, is also surfacing again in some geographies. And I want to turn to you before we talk about the next stage in UK. Where are we on public perception? Because there are some really massive investments of the public purse in the UK going in now into CCS. Where are the general public around CCS?
It's a very hot topic at the moment, and I think we are, again, we're really seeing it as the projects sort of start to move forward. So, and there is engagement with the public at different levels. So, with a big announcement of funding in the UK, there has been public engagement in CCUS, but mainly it's at the point at which the projects start to go through consenting process. There's the local engagement, and actually our members have told us that increasingly it's really, is this going to disrupt me? Are you going to be digging up the road? Is it going to be something? These are not to do with the actual technology itself, but it's just how much is this going to disrupt my day-to-day life? And in general, I think projects have said to us that they've had very good engagement, and there hasn't been too much opposition at those stages. I think in the UK what we're finding now with a big announcement of funding is people starting to then see, well, what is this and what is it that the government's putting funding into? And there are a few questions here, and I think we've got a lot of work to do about how we explain what the funding is and what it's doing. And this is about kickstarting the industry. This is very much front-loaded by the private sector. We've estimated in the CCSA that there will be up to 20 to 30 billion invested from the private sector before 2030. So, you know, this is hugely front-loaded in terms of private sector, and it's just, and it's we talk about the sort of comparisons with offshore wind to try and help people to understand what happened in that industry and what happened in terms of kickstarting an industry to move forward. But I think in terms of actual, there isn't much opposition to the technology itself. I think levels of understanding are probably quite limited, but and I think we've got a challenge, all of us, right across the industry, to explain this in a very simple way, just as you've done then. What is it that we're trying to do? Why are we doing it? And how does it work? Because it's, you know, we really need to get better at communicating that.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, carbon capture comes around as and storage comes around a little bit of science. Where I'm gonna, you know, we're gonna round off now because we're gonna let the EU DG Climate representative now to the stage very soon. But I wanted to and you know, it really looks nice, Edda. But are you able to scale up fast enough if everybody wants this?
I mean, that's the big question. Of course, we are definitely doing what we can to scale up. We are at different stages of developing projects in about 20 countries across the globe, on 4 continents. But these developments, they take time. As I said, the permitting processes, it's years we're talking about. From when you start an environmental impact assessment, at least that's the European procedure, and then when you finally have a storage permit, you know, it's minimum 3. And that's, you know, if everything goes perfectly, which it never does. And then it's also frustrating that when we're implementing the same process, the same technology across the globe, that you have to go through totally different permitting procedures. But that's the way of life. But if we can make it more aligned in the near future, that would be helpful. We are building the first megaton scale project in Iceland that will come online in a few years' time, and we will continue to build on top of that. We're already operating 1,000 times larger than where we started 12 years ago. Of course, it's still not at the climate relevant scale where we have to go to. But if in 12 years' time we'll be 1,000 times where we are today, then we're at climate relevant scale. And so that's what we're working on every day, some nights even.
That sounds great. Edda, Olivia, thank you so much for joining here. A big round of applause. I'm going to welcome to the stage now Jan Dusik from DG Climate in the EU to get some final reflections from the EU side. And Jan, you've heard some of the projects, you've heard some of the industry challenges, you've heard some about, you know, where we are on the technology side. You know, how does the DG Climate and the EU work with these type of issues and push this forward?
Well, of course, this is a topic that is hot and that is important because if we follow the This is an important and hot topic. No, good. And we have our mitigation hierarchy at the beginning of which we should avoid the emissions, but we also know that we can only do it to a certain extent. And as the EU, we want to be climate neutral by 2050, which means a steep curve. We have the emission trading scheme that is helping us a lot, but it's also helping us to generate the funds. So the approach that we have taken in the Industrial Carbon Management Strategy, then followed by the Net Zero Industry Act, is to basically start injection into projects that will help us address the needs for the CCUS. We have identified the need to get by about 50 million tons of CO2 by 2030, and we see that the need will grow to something like 400. So we have a way to go. This is the first step. This is an injection, and our financing comes mainly through the Innovation Fund. It was mentioned here. We have identified 31 projects to start with, worth of 4 billion euros, and we recognize that this is something which cannot cover all the needs of the technology. It cannot cover all the costs, but this is something that also hopefully on the way will generate additional funding from public and private resources, and that will also be a testing ground on how we can do better, how we can streamline the permitting processes. Of course, we need to look at all sides of the equation, the capturing, the transportation and storage, and we also need to look at how these solutions for capturing and storing carbon can be used for its further utilization. It was mentioned that this does not need to be the end of life, and we can see commercial solutions such as for production of plastics that can help us use the carbon and not to use the fossil carbon that otherwise has been used. So it's a very much moving field.
And I wanted to also ask you, because we've been seeing the DOE in the US actually taking steps now to increase the funding for scale-ups or more commercial scale projects rather than just focusing on the innovative side of it, which is also has separate programs. How do you see the structure for pushing CCS or CCUS forward, developing and striking that balance between getting the new and really great ideas pushed forward, but at the same time scaling from where we are now?
Well, as I said, this is we recognize that the money and the energy and the approach we are putting in is not gonna get us where we need to be. This is an initial phase, and there is a need to work with the governments, with the private sectors. An important role where we see is for the oil and gas industry to finance part of the solutions. The emission trading and the price of carbon will help us also on the way to increase the profitability, and also the solutions of reusing the captured carbon, which can improve the economy. Of course, we know that the solutions need to be bankable. There needs to be a serious consideration of re-risking, of seeing how the public sector can play a role in helping on the risk balance and to enable the projects. And again, this first generation of funding that comes from the EU and the Innovation Fund will also help us learn and adapt the next strategy. We are thinking about establishing a platform for taking stock of the knowledge and bringing all the players together. So that should be coming in probably in 2026. So it is an ongoing process where we need to work with the partners in the private sector, with the member states of the EU. There's also other funds available in the EU, such as Horizon Europe. Again, these are more into the innovation and research and not the massive deployment. And we believe that this will gradually come in, and of course we will be looking at other parts of the world, how the solutions are being scaled up, and what we can learn from that.
And I think we're here at COP, of course, with in Baku, and I think we also need to reflect for the what do you think the wider world can lead or learn from how the EU has approached these problems? What are the key learnings that you bring to COP and bring around the world when you talk to leaders around the world?
Well, I think that the message that where the EU comes here is that we have a proven solution how we can reduce our emissions, how we can move towards climate neutrality. We are expanding our emission trading scheme. We are seeing that capacity also in the new sectors such as aviation and maritime, and we are offering our experience to other countries and regions which are also doing their ETS. We are working on the implementation of our CBAM regulation. Again, this is something that of course is sensitive in discussions, but at the same time we see that other countries are also working on a CBAM type of solutions, and I think that this is another chapter where we can show what we are doing. We have our regulation. Traditionally, Europe regulates rather a lot, but we want to do it thoroughly. We have to really think through what are the potential leakages or gaps in the regulation. So this is a serious business that needs to come together, so that we don't invest into something at the end of which we see as either double counting or not getting us where we need to be in terms of getting to climate neutrality.
Jan, I have only one more question, which I think is on everybody's mind in this COP. You know, how do you see the role of what we've talked about earlier today and at many stages here, Article 6 and the voluntary markets and the regulatory markets? When you look at the EU system that you have now, how quickly do you think some of these will actually, the voluntary and the regulatory, will actually move together when it comes to carbon crediting, you know, so that we can get even more drive into this and more private capital behind it?
Well, I think we have to distinguish, and I spoke about parts of the equation to getting us to climate neutrality. For the moment, the 2030 targets in the EU are based on domestic action, but we are using this time to define well the rules of the game. Again, for the sake of not doing greenwashing, on not double counting, on knowing exactly where we are, what we have achieved, and we want to have these rules in place so that when we need to move to those solutions, we are proposing as the European Commission to go to 90% by 2040. This is the sphere where we will need to increasingly use all the mechanisms, including carbon trading and accounting also for the voluntary carbon markets, again complying with rules of the game and making sure that this does not compromise the capacity to actually reduce the emissions, coming back to the mitigation hierarchy. So it is in the books. We need to get it right. We are working hard to fight agreement here at the COP to have these rules enacted, and that will hopefully move us further to where we need to be.
So today you've heard from the IEA that the CCS implementation is increasing, but there is a lot of things to do still. We've heard from our panelists earlier, from Vattenfall, from Sintef, you know, that the projects are moving forward, but it's not an easy way. We're seeing some of the first products like Evo Cement, Zero Cement coming to the market, seeing some of those premium moving the market forward. And we've heard also from the CCSA that the UK is moving forward. And now we've also heard what are the EU actually and how is the EU's a part of that equation. So thank you so much, all of you online as well as in the audience here, for joining us today. And hopefully you have a good rest of the COP, all of you. Thank you.
All right. Good morning from Baku, everyone. Please have your seat. I'm not hearing myself, but the sound should be working right. Yes, so sound is working perfect. So welcome to the Nordic businesses release of our COP29 position. It's great to be here in Baku, and as we all know, these climate conferences are increasingly about the stakeholder engagement as well. So that's why the business community plays a significant role also outside the negotiations, and we've seen very much of the optimistic and positive action taking place in the business dialogue. So henceforth, I'm very proud to actually being able to call in our Nordic colleagues to present the COP29 position of the Nordic business community. After a while, we'll have a high-level speech of the Norwegian Minister of Climate, but maybe we'll begin with the Nordic position. So please, Madeleine and Emily, please join me on the stage. If I'll begin, and then I'll let you to continue. But basically, we have 7 points of guidance for the negotiations going forward. Of course, the first one is keeping the global climate action and the ambition towards Paris alive. Initiating global trading mechanisms and operating in the Article 6.4, that's of paramount importance. Setting a global carbon price, leveraging circular economy, adopting all other technologies to phase out fossil fuels, as was pledged in COP28 in Dubai, and enhancing the mobilization of climate finance, as of course we are in the finance COP here in Baku. And of course, last not but least, ensuring a just global transition and a broader 2030 agenda. But I'll start with the first one. So basically, it's been years that the Nordic industries have been very strongly committed to the Paris Agreement target. So we see that it's inevitable that the world has to be able to reach its targets. We have to be able to cut down emissions aligned with Paris Agreement. And as was agreed on the global stocktake in Dubai, we are not even half the way there yet. So we have to pick up our pace. And henceforth, it's of paramount importance that in COP30 in Belém, we see hiked up action promises, NDCs, from individual countries across the world. But now I'll allow my colleagues to explain further. So Madeleine, go ahead.
Thank you, Janne. And I think it's very important that you highlight that ambition can only do so much. We need action to make this happen. And one of those things is actually to create the right prerequisites for not least businesses to make this transition happen. And we must also focus on implementation and focus on action. And we must, of course, focus on the fact that this must be cost efficient to really make a change and make it happen. And that is why one of our recommendations is Article 6. It's international cooperation through carbon pricing, carbon market mechanisms, will increase both the speed of the transition, but also the cost efficiency. And this means more capital, and thus higher ambition is possible. So the operationalization of Article 6.4 is long overdue now, but we're hoping that it's 8th, 9th, 10th maybe times the charm for this one, and that we can actually see results this year. But what's most important is that we actually see a robust and credible framework to make this happen, to make cooperation and emission reductions a fact. And I also think that the operationalization of Article 6 is one way to start creating and start paving the way for a common carbon price on the global market. I think that's another one of our recommendations. It might not be possible as of now, but I think market mechanisms to make this transition happen will be key. And pricing carbon is a good way of internalizing the cost and really create those great incentives for clean innovation, implementation, and deployment of technology, basically. So, as you said, we're hoping for ambitious NDCs, and carbon pricing in the new NDCs is one of our big hopes for next year. And finally, we're urged in the negotiators to leverage on the circular economy as a tool for climate reduction, emission reduction. A more circular economy would enable growth and economic development while staying within the planetary boundaries. So new business models will make it possible to reduce emission, pollution, and dependency of nature while still doing business and making it happen. So its substantial potential still lies untapped in this area, and we're hoping that COP29 can build on the progress we saw in COP28 and really develop further global action toward this one.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with our Nordic colleagues. I'll continue with our priorities. Next up is a phase out of decarbonizing fossil fuels. With technology deployment, some examples of how to do that is through increased rate of energy efficiency, scaling up fossil fuels, free energy capacity, deploying hydrogen and power-to-X solutions, and carbon removal technologies for moving carbon from the atmosphere. And then the next two I'm especially happy to present, because of course we have a lot of priorities from the Nordic countries, but the next two are actually Danish industries' top two priorities at COP29. So that is enhancing mobilization of climate financing and just transition. And climate finance is the greatest enabler for climate action. And it's important that we explore all opportunities, particularly blended finance from private and public sectors to de-risk. And finally, with just transition, it's a high priority for us. And often, it's those groups of society that are most affected by climate change that are excluded from the decision-making process, and we believe it's very important that all voices are heard when we act on climate change.
Thank you very much. Dear guests, I hope you got a very good brief on the Nordic position. It's been launched in all of our web pages already this morning. I think I'll just conclude by saying that Nordic countries already are a testimony of how we can actually reduce emissions and increase our economy at the same time. We've already done that. We are 10, 15 years ahead of the remainder of the Europe in terms of decarbonizing our electricity system, and we hope that shows as an inspiration to other countries on how to follow suit. Of course, there's a lot to be done also in the Nordics, and we are very conscious of that. We have a lot of tasks in front of us as well. But we, as a business community in the Nordics, we're very well committed to climate action, and we hope that COP29 also delivers on that front. So on behalf of the Nordic businesses, I thank you very much for coming, and we hope all the best for the negotiations, and we hope that COP29 delivers on finance and keeping Paris targets alive. And without further ado, I see that we have the Minister of Climate and Environment of Norway, Tore Sandvik, has arrived directly from the negotiations. So please, Tore, I'll give the floor to you. Welcome, busy day.
Thank you, busy day. Thank you. Not directly from the negotiation, directly from the breakfast. We just arrived this night, so thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to speak to you today here at the Nordic Pavilion at COP29. COP29 is an important milestone to increase ambition and speed up implementation. In Dubai last year, we reached an agreement on how to get the world on track to 1.5 degree target. Now we must ensure implementation. It needs to happen through increased ambitions and implementation from the parties at COP29. We need a good result to keep up the pressure on climate cooperation. This is what the world needs. Here in Baku, we are talking about this climate summit as an enabler. We should help increase ambition and action. The new global financing target to be reached this year is crucial in this respect. First, I would like to emphasize that things are happening when it comes to green investments. Investments in renewables are accelerating and costs are falling. Still, renewable investments are far from enough and very unevenly distributed around the world. Today's financing targets, which was which were drawn up in Copenhagen in 2009, are not sufficient and do not correspond to the opportunities and the challenges we face today. The new financing targets to be put in place in Baku must activate the entire financial landscape to scale up investments to the level the world needs. This is a clear recognition that public funds alone can never get us where we need to go. At the same time, it is important that developing countries have access to public funding, and I see that as an important sub-goal at this COP. The Nordic countries must do their part when it comes to climate financing. Many of you who are here today represent significant investments in low-emission solutions that are part of their contribution. And Nordic businesses' climate ambitions are an inspiration and a reminder to keep up the pressure for global efforts. The more the world comes together in this task, the easier it is for everyone. Nordic businesses show that increased ambition is possible, and that businesses are often the ones who are at the forefront of the green shift. Businesses have a clear role in the transition, and the engagement and the ambition you show, both here at COP and the rest of the year, is an inspiration for me and my Nordic counterparts. You help us see the opportunities and the possibilities of the great shift we are going through. The green shift is happening and will continue with increased acceleration. Although several recent events indicate the road will be bumpier than we hoped, the direction is clear. In great economic transitions, businesses have always been ready to take the opportunities and show the way. And I'm heartened to see the Nordic businesses at the forefront of the current transition. Nordic countries have a lot to offer on these issues and on the green transition. We have mineral resources, mineral processing capabilities, leaders in wind technologies, important industry and manufacturing capabilities, carbon capture and storage expertise, and advanced maritime sectors. On the Nordic level, good cooperation is the answer to challenging geopolitical situations. At COP, we all strive for higher ambition and implementation, and know this is the best solution for everyone. For our own efforts, we have strong ties both societally and through our business communities. Nordic countries are a clear demonstration of getting further with cooperation towards our common goals, rather than having to work on them in isolation. This is true for the cooperation within the EU and for cooperation between EU and Iceland and Norway. It is also important that we recognize the contribution from the Nordic business community to putting these goals into practice. I want to thank you for allowing me to join you today in the Nordic Pavilion. I look forward for the discussions today and in the coming days. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. A great inspiring speech, and I wish you best of luck in negotiations. Thank you. Next, I'll hand over the moderation of the event to Annukka Saari from the Technology Industries of Finland, who will then moderate our corporate panel. Annukka, go ahead.
Thank you, Janne, and hello to all. My name is Annukka Saari. I'm from Technology Industries of Finland. I work there as a Climate and Energy Director. And just to say for you all of that, we are presenting 1,800 companies here in Finland. But it's my honor today to moderate this next panel, which brings together forward-thinking leaders in energy and industry sector. And today's topic is competitiveness through green transition. So please welcome our panelists here. Welcome Anthony Darcy, Head of ESG Stakeholder Engagement and Enablement from Nokia. Was it correct? And welcome Astrid Rusors Christoffersen, Director Group Research and Development at TNV. Not here. Okay, so welcome Annika Ramscholt, Vice President Corporate Sustainability at, from Vattenfall. And welcome Carmen Navarro, Head of ESG and AP Moller Capital. So we have a smaller panel here today. Let's start with an easy question. I would appreciate if each of you could briefly introduce yourself and highlight one crucial aspect needed to achieve ambitious climate goals while also improving the conditions of well-being. And also, I think we want to hear your thoughts on this year's COP29. We can start from here.
A lot of things in one question, but Annika Ramscholt, then Head of Sustainability at Vattenfall, and we have a very clear strategy that talks about fossil freedom that drives society forward in a responsible way. And I think what we have done, just to say that things are happening, between 2017 until now, we have reduced our emissions by 69% in all things. And I think if we look at the big things that are happening, it's to look at the full value chains and find the different partnerships. So only just want to echo what the minister says, that we need to collaborate, and the only way that we can do that is to be active throughout the value chain, both as demanding the solutions, but also bringing the solutions to the market. Like we bring the green electrons and hydrogen, then we also form partnerships to bring the sort of fossil-free transport and materials into the market, and then on the other side we sit with First Movers Coalition and others and are demanding those solutions. But even if we're active in all different parts, we still need to connect the remaining pieces in the value chain. And of course, expectations for COP is very much about that we can showcase that things are happening and that we are moving forward, finding new coalitions that will enable us to speed up and really deploy the solutions quicker, but also to get the financing means on the table. And what we can do in Nordics is really, just like the minister said, inspire and show what's possible, and we can do the piloting of new solutions that then later on can be deployed throughout the world. And we have also tested which policy measurements that works and don't work.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm Tony Darcy from Nokia, and I take care of stakeholder engagement in ESG. And I guess Nokia's strategy includes one pillar, which is called ESG as a competitive advantage. We believe it can be a competitive advantage for companies, and we are working towards that as we speak. And it's important that it's embedded at the very top as well as at all the layers of your company. But the main thing we want to say today is really that we believe, and we said this in Glasgow, and we'll say it again now, that there is no green without digital. The energy industry cannot transition without digital. Manufacturing cannot improve without digital. Transportation, logistics, education, all of the industries need digital. But we have to take that handprint that we have, that positive piece, keep maximizing that, but then minimizing the actual footprint of our own technologies. So even with AI, we talk about AI for networks, i.e. making the networks we deliver more efficient, less energy intensive, etc., but also networks for AI. AI will not work to its best without a good network. It cannot run without a network. So how do you make that efficient as well? That's really important for us, and driving that. Digitalization and enhanced connectivity are already decarbonizing industries, dematerializing cities and communities, and making them more inclusive, safer, and more digital.
Thank you. My name is Carmen Navarro, and as you mentioned, I'm the head of ESG at AP Moller Capital. We are a fund manager established in 2017 and part of the AP Moller Holding Group. We have 2 funds active primarily in emerging markets, and we have a strong focus on sustainability and bringing sort of the Nordic approach into these emerging markets. Particularly relevant to this discussion, I want to highlight our second fund, the Emerging Markets Infrastructure Fund 2. It's an Article 9 fund, which for those that don't know, the EU refers to it as a dark green fund. Sustainability is at the core of our investments, which means we really try to bring private capital to emerging markets and identify those areas that we want to make more sustainable and contribute to countries' transition, and as well as meeting their national determined contributions. And that would be in the likes of renewable energy, infrastructure, and transport and logistics. We're also a net zero fund, which is very ambitious for an infrastructure fund. And that means we heard mention Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. So we both look to actively decarbonize assets in emerging markets, but also purchase carbon credits for our residual emissions. And we've sort of been following closely the discussion around the carbon markets. We see this as pivotal in helping kind of bring that kind of outlook to the markets where we're active. So I would say those sort of are the 2 things where we're most active. But of course, as a Nordic company, as the minister mentioned, we are here to play our role in bringing private capital to those sectors.
Thank you. I would like to ask from all of you, how does your company integrate sustainability into its core business strategies to enhance competitiveness in the market?
Well, if I start, we have ever since 2016 talked about that sustainability is the business, meaning that it is at the heart of what we do. So, and we also sometimes talk about keep sustainability at your heart and innovation in your mind, because it is sustainability that are future-proofing our business. And by having a very clear strategy, like I say, to enable the fossil freedom that drives society forward, that means that every part of our business need to see how can they make sustainability the profitable business that we will bring forward. And it is really ingrained in every piece. And we often get the question, but isn't there sort of something that is on collision? But we see that it will increase our competitiveness. It will also help society at large to have security of supply if we now move into more fossil-free energy system and so forth. So I would say the way we've done it is having a very clear strategy, putting the targets in there. We have a science-based target to meet 1.5 degrees by 2030 for our own emissions, but then fully net zero by 2040. And that is really focusing on just eliminating the fossil fuels. And that's why we engage so much in different partnership. We have like innovation competition, which is about bringing the solutions forward, and we all the time dare to rethink. And I also think the reason why we've been able to reduce our emissions so much is that we've shifted the portfolio. So out with coal, really reduce the use of natural gas, and replacing that with finding technologies like how do we bring in excess heat from a data center or from a process or anything else. So it's really finding the new innovative solutions. And also, since we are building so much new, we want that fossil-free electricity to be truly fossil-free, meaning we need fossil-free steel, fossil-free concrete, because that's what's needed for the grid and for deploying the new wind and solar part. And that's why we have a joint venture with SSAB and LKAB to bring the fossil-free steel to the market. We collaborate on e-fuels. We collaborate on getting fossil-free cement out there. We had a joint venture already 15 years back with Volvo Cars to bring the first plug-in hybrids out in the market. So it's about really being part of the full ecosystem. And by working together with others, we find the most profitable business models for the future.
And I guess from our perspective, as I said, it's part of our strategy. It's also embedded in our technology vision, which is the longer term vision of where are we going with technology. So sustainability is today already part of 6G planning. So how do you have to embed it everywhere you go. We then look at, I'm responsible for enablement of the organization. and we go to every level of the organization. We have mandatory training every year, which includes sustainability or a standalone sustainability training, which is completed every year by 97 or 8% of the population of Nokia. And then we look at, are there focus areas where we need to particularly target different groups and make sure they understand what their role is in sustainability. So we look at, for example, procurement. We look at financing. We look at sales interface, because the sales are being asked by the customers. So they need to know the answers and they need to know the latest information. So training your own people, making all of the people aware at different levels of the organization is one way. We have all the targets. You know, Nokia was the first telco vendor to set a science-based target in 2017. We revisited to 1.5 in 2021, and because 5G was becoming part of the portfolio. And this year, we put in our 2040 net zero target, which is now in the science-based target process of approval. So we also introduced 2 years ago a circularity target of 95% circularity by 2030 across our operational waste, which includes products, etc. So it's all about setting targets, having a way to get there, getting your whole organization on board, and then finally working with the value chain. So we set up 3 customer advisory councils in Middle East and Africa, Europe, and Asia, including India, where we sit with customers twice a year and then have workshops in between to look at the different aspects. Where can we innovate? Where can we collaborate? And then on the other side, we work with supply chain and setting agreed targets with our supply chain so that you can really drive through the supply chain and through the value chain the sustainability goals.
Carmen, go ahead and then I will introduce you.
Thank you. A little bit more about what I was saying. Sustainability is, of course, at the heart of our strategy, specifically true for our Article 9 fund. There we sort of, like you were mentioning, we set science-based targets, Paris aligned. These are meaningful both because of our industries that are high emitting, hard to abate industries, but also because there's an element of capacity building. We really work at the level of our portfolio with our portfolio companies so that capacity is built and at times expanded to a number of their subsidiaries. We bring EU legislation, climate legislation, to these markets, and there too, with our environmental targets, try to raise the level. And I think specific to our sector is we look to work with local asset managers so that this can kind of have a trickle-down effect. We recognize we're of course not the likes of the World Bank or others that can have a major catalytic effect, but at our level, bringing these local asset managers so that our sustainability strategy is then trickled down to them and subsequently to these portfolios, we see it as being more impactful and sort of penetrating those markets.
Thank you. And we are happy that we have a panelist number 4 here. Could you shortly introduce yourself and highlight one crucial aspect needed to achieve ambitious climate goals, and while also improving the conditions of well-being? And also, can you give some highlights and thoughts about this year's COP so far?
Okay, my name is Astrid Rusås Christoffersen, and I am the Research and Development Director for DNV. And we are working very heavily on sustainability goals and giving out the energy transition outlook. This is a freely and downloadable outlook in how we see the energy market is developing towards 2050. And this is what we are presenting in this energy transition outlook. It's not the energy market or the energy future that we want, but what we think is the most likely scenario. And we're highlighting this year, we're highlighting 4 overview, and one of them is that 2024 is likely to be the year of peak emissions. But the slow decline after this year is being too slow to meet the Paris Agreement. We also say that slow developments in hard-to-electrify sectors, it contracts with rapid cost reductions and growth of PV and batteries. So it's too expensive today to actually be able to use the more hard-to-abate sectors. We see a highly competitive Chinese clean technology that is speeding up the transition, but rival national economic and security priorities are headwinds for the transition. And the last point is market forces are necessary but insufficient, and energy policy needs urgent alignment with climate goals. And that's why we're here today, and that's why we're here at COP, because we need actually support to drive the market in the right direction.
Thank you. And then I have a questions to Anthony and Nokia. Nokia is not only connecting people, but also a technological innovation leader in networking, bringing together the world's people, machines, devices to harness the potential of digital advancements in every industry. You are rapidly advancing efforts to create a low-carbon society with huge speed. How do you do it?
I think we take it very pragmatically, and I guess in some ways it's our Finnish roots. Okay, what is the problem? What's the solution? How do we get there? So it's really about looking at digitalization and looking at how it actually improves lives. We don't create technology for technology's sake, and we never have. That's why the old slogan was connecting people. We talk about, we create the technology that helps the world act together, because it's about collaboration. And sustainability is actually a unifier for companies. There'll be plenty of arguments about which technology is right, which business plan is right, etc. There is never an argument about sustainability and what we should do. You have to convince, of course, along with all the other choices a company has. But everybody sees a role for sustainability. And I think that's the groundswell of your own people, the knowledge of your own people, and sticking to what you know best as a company. So like you changed your portfolio because you knew your strengths had to go somewhere else. And that's what companies need to do. Look at what you do. Are you doing the right thing to achieve the goals in a future that is digital and sustainable?
Thank you. And then question to Astrid. As a global assurance and risk management company, how do you assist other businesses in transitioning to greener practices, and what benefits have you observed for their competitiveness?
We are supporting the transition. Basically, in our energy sector, I think 60-70% of our services related to non-fossil services in terms of transformation to new energy. And we develop our standards and recommended practices in how you safely can adopt those technologies into your value stream. And that is, our purpose is to safeguard life, property, and the environment. And we take that very seriously. And our mission is to be a trusted voice to help the industry to tackle global transformations. And that is very much about decarbonization. How do you introduce solar and wind? How you develop your power grids? How do you produce and use hydrogen and ammonia in a safe way? And that is an open public that you can download recommended practices so you know how to do it. We also do that with digital tools. For example, AI is giving us some safety and security issues. And we developed a guideline and recommended practice in how you use AI-enabled system in safe and secure way. Because AI is a great tool to make energy efficiency, because it can really help you and digitalize your assets so that we can take costs down for the more hard to abate or the more expensive to abate sectors. So we need to use these tools wisely. And we need to care for our safety and security while we're doing it. And then when we say security, it's, you know, it's cybersecurity that we also need to take care of in our digital assets. It's really important. And it's increasing a concern as we go. And cryptography, and then we're talking about quantum physics that we also need to do research on, because it's impacting also safe communication and cybersecurity for the future.
Thank you. And then question to Carmen. Could you share your perspective on how the Nordic approach to climate action can be both implemented and adapted in order other regions to enhance global environmental and sustainability?
Yes, happy to. And I should start by saying that some of this is already happening and it's already being pushed by the private sector. Right? A great example is Nordic developers in emerging markets. They are sort of heavily investing in renewable energy across Africa and South and Southeast Asia. And another great example are the Nordic pension funds, who are take a lot more risks. They have a higher exposure to emerging markets than other pension funds, and those have very high sustainability targets. And that's certainly true for our investors, which include sort of Nordic pension funds. A way to do it is, of course, and that's been said a lot, is blended finance. And at risk of sounding like a lot of people have said, something like INCA, which is the Investment Mobilization Collaboration Alliance, an alliance between the Nordic countries and the US, that helps bring and de-risk private capital to these markets. And that's certainly something we look forward to partaking, because we can see our additionality, but perhaps there are markets that are not yet there and ready for us to go. And like I mentioned earlier, at a smaller asset level, given our slightly more isolated ecosystem, we certainly invest in renewable energy in emerging markets. We bring our approach, we bring a lot of the EU baseline and legislation to these assets to try and kind of have that catalytic effect.
Thank you. And questions to Annika and Vattenfall. As a major player in the energy sector, how are you balancing the demands of green energy production with economic performance, and what advantages does this provide in terms of market competitiveness?
Well, I think it's a very clear demand on the renewable from a lot of the forefront running B2B businesses. But on the consumer side, we see a little bit less of that. And I think what we are struggling with a little bit now in Europe is when we're building a lot of new wind capacity, what we need to understand is that we need to take a bet, because we need to build the energy sources that will be there for 30, 40, or if we talk about hydropower, for 100 years, and we don't know if the customers are out there. So for us, it's about finding a way to de-risk these projects, because they usually come with large investments. And here we've tried to find different ways forward. We form so-called PPAs, so power purchase agreements, where we then, or even joint ventures like we have with German BASF. There we are owning together the wind farm, so that we create capital, and then they of course share the risks, the knowledge and the investment. Or you have the power purchase agreements that are also set up to share a bit of the risk. But what we see is that currently it's not fully that enough of that demand, and I think what is still lacking is a bit of the carbon pricing being the true price of carbon. So there we still need to work a bit on the mechanisms. But again, I would say the reason for us shifting the portfolio so drastically is that it was a financial push for it. And we need, I think all of us that go into this field need to be able to see that it's about future-proofing the business. And then it's about balancing to have enough short-term returns to be able to manage the long-term transition, because we know we will definitely be more profitable in the long term. So it is about striking that balance, and there we need to find the mechanisms that help us to get the financing means. And so far we found it via joint ventures or power purchase agreements, but let's see how we do it. But so far so good.
Thank you. And I have last questions for all of you, and I think you already answered that, but what role do partnerships and collaborations play in accelerating in green transition, and how can cross-industry cooperation contribute to improve competitiveness? But we can start from this side. So.
Yeah, how collaboration can give us competitiveness. Well, you know, to change this energy system, it's really something that you need to collaborate across different sectors, because maritime cannot have their ammonia without having someone that can produce the ammonia. You cannot have safe use of ammonia without that. You need port infrastructures and so on. So all of these new initiatives need to cross-collaborate and find solutions together. So it's obvious that we're changing the full value chain that has been going on for decades and is very, very much fine-tuned. And this is a very unfair competition as well, because all these new technologies and new fuels are very much expensive. So you competing against something that has been fine-tuned for many, many years and has a very, very firm and good supply chain. When that is said, there's also something that is kind of concerning me, because shipment, for example, if I take maritime shipment, it's very cheap actually, you know. So even though doubling the cost of transportation, which you have to do probably with ammonia, it's not going to be very expensive, but still we call it expensive. However, the competition is there, so we need to be able to pay for it, because people, you know, companies cannot be green on having red numbers. So it has to be paid somehow, you know, through CO2 taxes, because markets cannot actually drive this alone. But when that's said, it's not really expensive. And I think that goes for maritime, it goes for aviation, it goes over so many sectors. And we need to make sure that we have a mechanism to actually change it, and we can do it together.
Thank you. Yes, so a pivotal role, and I think I alluded to it before, there's a great need and space for collaboration, both amongst the different sectors, like you were mentioning. A lot's been said now about the green corridors, and that goes everything from ports to shipping to the different energy providers, as well as collaboration going beyond just the sector and the private sector to include governments that play a really pivotal role in establishing the environment, the regulatory environment, where we can bring these businesses and really sort of expand. It's hard, and again, to go back to sort of our perspective as an asset manager, it's hard to kind of have a lot of influence if that setup and that baseline's not there, which only comes from multiple stakeholders.
I'll be very quick and say, to use an old phrase, it's called a chain for a reason. And that's because all the links are joined together, and you're as strong as your weakest link. So that's why you have to work together. But then there are issues such as interdepartmental collaboration for the government, for example. Your education plan, your energy plan, your talent acquisition plan, your digital plan, they all need to marry. It's not separate plans. And that's one of the things, that interdepartmental piece. And then secondly, that's also true of companies. So, you know, technology, sustainability, your talent, they all need to work together.
And I think you said all of those things. So I want to extra emphasize what you said, that it is also about the internal collaboration. So when we do transition plans, they need to be backed up by workforce planning. So we have the competence that is needed. But then it is really throughout the full value chain. It is across sectors. So within the wind industry and solar power industries, we have collaborations. It's cross industries. I already mentioned to get the fossil-free steel in there and hybrid, and there we have both different industries and government supporting. So it's all those collaborations that are needed to move ourselves forward.
I thank you for your valuable answers. It's very easy to agree with all of you, and I think we have a clear path towards sustainable future. So thank you very much for participating.
Thank you.
And you're all invited to put up your headsets so you can hear us. Can we get a confirmation it works? Brilliant, fantastic. Welcome to this event on plastics, climate and innovation, which is brought to you by Grid Arendal. My name is Richard Klein, I'm with the Stockholm Environment Institute, and I will be your moderator today. We'll be talking about, as the title says, plastics and its effect on climate, particularly focusing on the emissions of plastic production. During this event, we'll first hear a keynote presentation and followed by a panel discussion with three stakeholder perspectives, so to speak. One is a scientific perspective or an analytical perspective, one is a policy perspective, and one is a business perspective. We don't have much time, so I'm not going to take much longer other than to introduce our first speaker, who is Eva Buchevska, who is a principal expert at Grid Arendal and also the organizer of this event. Eva, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Richard, and I hope everybody hears me. So, yes, closer to the source, so to say. The unsustainable production and disposal of plastics have created a dual crisis of pollution and climate impacts affecting ecosystems and human health. Plastic pollution is an internationally recognized problem. However, less awareness is given to climate impacts of plastics across the life cycle, starting from the resource extraction and going to the waste management at the end of the life cycle. Nearly all plastics are derived from fossil fuels, such as crude oil, gas, and coal. Additionally, plastic production is an energy-intense process, requiring significant amount of electricity and heat. This also derives from fossil fuel. Currently, between 4% and 8% of oil production is used for making plastics, including both for sourcing out material, feedstocks, and energy required for the production process. This percentage is going to increase to 20% in next 25 years. The global production of primary plastics is estimated to have released about 2.24 gigatons of CO2 emissions in 2019, representing about 5.3% of global emissions. As this figure is the latest estimate based on calculation only on 9 main plastic polymers, which totally account for 80% of plastic production, it is certain that this estimate is very low. The life cycle starts with raw material extractions and goes at the end of the life cycle at the waste management process. If we want to see the reduction of greenhouse gases from plastics, the main measures should be targeted at the extraction phase, along with the petrochemical production and manufacturing of products. This stage is responsible for about 90% of all greenhouse gases deriving from plastics. Earlier this year, Grid Arendal published the report, Climate Impacts of Plastics, to identify potential measures and strengthen governmental accountability, addressing this very important topic. We have analyzed reports submitted under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, and concluded that currently the plastic industry is integrated within the broader petrochemical and chemical industries. It limits the ability to specifically address plastic-related measures. and integrates and poses challenges when we speak about interventions across the life cycle. We believe that such tools as nationally determined contributions and long-term low emission development strategies can help close the plastic gap. To achieve this, countries should be equipped with necessary tools, starting with the financial mechanisms to support the transition from carbon-intense industries to low-carbon technologies. Additionally, there is a need to discuss methodologies and guidelines for practically improving accountability. Such guidelines would be instrumental in steering countries towards a transition to net zero emissions. As I mentioned, this is an energy-intense process, and starting reduction of greenhouse gases could be achieved through innovative technologies that promote the decarbonization of plastic production, emission reduction strategies, and energy efficiency. Plastic action is an integral part of climate action. Thank you very much, and floor back to you, Richard.
Thank you very much, Eva. I now have the pleasure of inviting to the stage our three panelists. I'll introduce them one by one. First, we have Mr. Junichi Fujino, Program Director of the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies in Japan. Welcome. Then we have Dan Koivu-Lasko, Head of Department for Growth and Climate in the Nordic Council of Ministers. And we have Al-Karim Govinji, who is the Global Head of Public Affairs of Energy Systems at DNV. I'll make some space so perhaps one of you can also stand here. Thank you very much. And let me first ask Junichi if you have some intervention to make.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me to this very interesting and very important panel. So I have three questions from the moderator. First one is the scientific evidence. So I'd like to show the latest trend that the plastic production is growing at an alarming rate with no signs of slowing down. Current projection from the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory indicates that plastic production could reach up to 34 billion tons by 2050, driven by an annual growth rate of 5 to 3%. This would mean that plastic alone could consume up to 30% of the global carbon budget by 2050. No matter how much we promote the circular economy, unless we transition away from fossil-based plastics, it will not be enough to make a significant impact. We must change course now. We hope plastic becomes a dominant driver of climate change in the future. About the second question, confidence in science. We definitely need a life cycle approach. It's important to implement policies that cover the full life cycle from upstream polymer production to downstream waste management. This means addressing not just production, but also consumption, recycling, and disposal. Also, we need to understand that cheap fossil-based plastic present major barriers to innovation and sustainability for ambitious companies trying to move forward. The low cost of fossil plastic undermines the investment these consumptions are making in developing new sustainable solutions. Another significant challenge is the differing regulation across countries, which creates insufficiencies and market fragmentation. We need to seek international common root based on scientific evidence to reduce single-use plastics and other harmful practices. It is crucial that we raise the price of fossil plastics. This will make recycled materials and reuse business, which are currently expensive, much more competitive. And the third point, plastic industry. And I'd like to point out that reducing production volume is key, but we must also focus on the environmental conscious design, recycling, and reuse. Innovation in the material design, sustainable production process, and the scaling up of recycling and reuse system must go hand in hand. Right now, just less than 10% of materials are being recycled. Achieving our goal will require the cooperation and engagement of all stakeholders, government, business, and consumers. Recycling initiatives can generate a lot of synergy effects. For example, in the city of Kamakura in Japan, citizens collect used plastics, which is then upcycled into park benches using 3D printing technology by a team from Keio University. They are aiming to expand this project to create more products in the future. Kanazawa University team is working to replace petroleum-based plastic with bio-based alternatives using agriculture waste. Collaborating globally, they aim to reduce fossil fuel plastics and shift towards sustainable cellulose-based solutions. These projects are part of the program on Open Innovation Platform for Industry Academic Co-Creation, so-called COI Next, by JST, Japan Science and Technology Agency, which supports the development of scientific and technological innovation in Japan. Last but not least, to further strengthen actions aimed to creating such synergies, IGES has been actively involved in developing the Global Climate and SDG Synergy Report 2023 and 2024, co-convened by UNDESA and UNFCCC. Looking ahead, we are not only supporting the production of the 2025 edition of the Global Report, but also working on a focus report specifically for the Asia-Pacific region, because IGES, we are particularly focused on coordinating regional solutions for plastic waste across East and Southeast Asia. To introduce these initiatives, we will be hosting a side event next Tuesday, so please come to Japan Pavilion at 11:45. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If I can just summarize what you've just said, I understand that we have a problem, but technological innovation can go a long way in helping us address that problem. But at the same time, we probably also need, the economics to get it right, and we need the right policy incentives.
Yes.
We're going to have a discussion about that, but first let's hear how the Nordics are doing and how they approach sustainable production and consumption of plastics from Dan Goverlakso, who is, as I said, Head of Department for Growth and Climate in the Nordic Council of Ministers.
Thank you. I am not sure if I will go into actually the production, but the limits we think that should be on production. But I think development of a binding global plastic instrument would be crucial. It's also a unique opportunity to strengthen global efforts in addressing climate change, also in regards to the 1.5 degree path that we should be on. Plastics make up 5% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and that is, of course, an extreme amount that we need to tackle. The Nordic Council of Ministers has worked for many years in building knowledge and capacity about how a global agreement on plastic could be framed, and we have also worked politically on it with, for example, 2 joint declarations by the Nordic Ministers of Environment over the last year in regards to this agreement. We also work very much in capacity building on this, on knowledge in the sense that we have financed, for example, a how to end plastic pollution by 2040 report, which sets out 15 different recommendations how this could be carried out, and this acts as a kind of framework for how a possible instrument and its decisions could be carried out in practice. There is basically 4 sets of tools that need to be applied for this. One is, of course, reduction of plastic, that regards also plastic. Then the other set is elimination, for example, the ban on single-use plastics. We have safe circularity and how we can reuse certain products, and then controlled disposal, of course, on how we should get rid of the plastics that is produced, and what for example, burning of that does. If we universally adopted and supported a common set of global rules with a legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, this could cut annual volumes of mismanaged plastic waste by 90%, and virgin plastic use by 30% by 2040, in relative to 2019 levels when this process started. So huge numbers here, and this would also have implications, of course, on the microplastics, which is something we all have to do within our everyday lives, because it's present in food we eat or water we drink or air we breathe. So 70% of microplastics reductions would follow from this plastic limitations. Yeah, we will. Over the next 6 years, the Nordic Council of Ministers will continue its work on environmental policy and in regards to plastic with a cooperation program we have just adopted, which also has ambitions to increase our work around plastics. But maybe I will end here so we will have time for a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. Before we go to Al-Karim, let's just loop back very quickly to research, because I know the Nordic Council of Ministers wants to make sure that its policies are based on the best available knowledge, and you also support research. Can you give some examples of research in this area that you're interested in or which you are supporting at the moment?
Yeah, you give me a good opportunity to refer back to what I just said, which is the How to End Plastic Pollution by 2040, which is a research report which then founds all its recommendation on research, and that is important for us at the Nordic Council of Ministers, that we, especially in regard to highly technical things such as productions and chemical use in plastic industry, are basing our policy recommendations on sound science and do not intervene with that. So one of our main ways of working is funding reports which are then used to formulate our policy based on them and based on best scientific knowledge that can be acquired. Thank you.
Great. You clearly advocated for a ban, a legally binding instrument that would ban, for example, single-use plastics. What is the economic case for that, and what does the private sector have to say? Let's hear from Al-Karim Govinji, Global Head of Public Affairs, the Energy Systems and DNV.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you, first of all, for inviting us to present here to both Nordic Council and to Arendal. So I'm not sure I'll go into the business case. I think there are many challenges to decarbonizing plastics. If we look at plastic pollution, we've talked about that it represents something like 5% of global emissions. And if you compare that with things like steel and cement, which are about 7-8%, it is a significant contributor to global emissions. And like those sectors, faces the same sorts of challenges around decarbonization. We also spoke and heard that 90%, 92% of the entire value chain emissions from plastics, of that, something like 7%, I think, comes from the actual extraction of the raw materials. So this is the methane that's emitted when the oil is extracted from the ground. And then the other 85% or so is happening from the refining process, as well as then the extruding process when you actually manufacture the plastics. So when you look at sort of solutions, perhaps around how you can reduce those aren't easy either. So we know from the oil and gas industry, there are challenges around reducing emissions, particularly the methane. But we've just had a signature yesterday, I think, in last COP. In fact, the Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter had something like 50 plus signatories, which represent about 40% of global oil production, who signed to achieve 2030 zero methane, as well as their net zero targets by 2050. So hopefully upstream of the plastics industry, and remember this is scope 3 for the plastics industry, right? It's not in their direct control because they're buying in raw materials. So there is, when you look at emissions within the plastics industry, you have to look at the upstream and downstream side and look at who's responsible for some of those emissions. And we'll come back to that in a second. So I think in terms of methane detection, in terms of eliminating flaring and venting, which are the kinds of things that the oil and gas industry is trying to do to eliminate that 7% of emissions, that type of stuff is starting to happen. There's more that needs to happen. There are satellites up there. There are drones that are being sent out to detect where the methane is coming out, to pinpoint which part of the pipelines are being affected, and so those fixes can be made on those pipelines. When you look at the actual production of plastics, Part of it, again, is upstream of the plastics industry. So when you look at refining, the products that the plastics industry uses are the monomers that come out from the oil and gas refining process. So again, it's the oil and gas companies that are doing the refining. In their refining, they're doing the cracking, which is the heating of the crude oil into different layers and distillates, and it's that's causing the majority of the emissions upstream of the plastics industry. And so those monomers are put together with other monomers using catalysts to then develop the plastic through extrusion processes. The extrusion itself is actually done mainly through electricity. So as a solution for that, you can of course use renewables products, etc. For the raw material itself, we've talked about bioplastics, cellulose, starch, those sorts of products are alternatives to the use of classic oil and gas products. The challenge with bioplastics is manifold. One is they're much more expensive to produce. So again, like with other industries, to green your product is going to cost you a green premium. So that's the first problem. The second problem is they also have land issues. So you know, they have degradation issues. You could have deforestation. You could have food for fuel challenges when you're using land to produce these sorts of products. So there's competition there, which of course, particularly in the global south, is not something we always want to see. And then when it comes to waste, you have to have industrial composters to compost the plastics to eliminate future emissions to come out from that. Otherwise, you put it in landfill and you have the same issues as classic plastics, which is methane coming out from plastics, which are put into the ground. So none of these solutions are actually that straightforward when you look at the whole thing. CCUS, of course, is a technology we can start to use in terms of capturing some of the emissions in the refining process. For the oil and gas industry, something, again, it is trying to think about. But again, in our kind of view, when we look at the 2050, where something like 270 million tons of CO2 will be captured in 2050, which is actually only 5% of global industrial emissions. Okay, this is all sectors, not just plastics. So it's not a huge amount. So again, CCUS is taking time, it's expensive, but there's more that needs to be done to try and support and develop that. Do you want me to go into some of the potential solutions and options?
Let's ask the audience. Yes.
Okay, I mean, on the first side, you know, we can look at policies to try and drive some of these things. And if you look at policies, they can come out in three types. There's market-driven policies. These are things like the emissions trading schemes. This is carbon pricing, things like that, where you put a price on carbon, you give companies allowances, as you all know, they hit that limit, and above that they have to buy the credits. So that has been working well in Europe to try and get some of those emissions down, but it also relies on a good carbon price. Carbon price today in the EU is something like 60 euros per ton. UK is 40 pounds per ton. There's US is around the same sort of number. New Zealand is around $53. And China is around 8. So you see the carbon price is just not high enough to incentivize companies to actually make the change, even if they go above the allowances that they're permitted. So we need to drive those carbon prices much, much higher. And in our estimates, in our energy transition outlook, we say carbon price for the EU will be around $250 by 2050. So that's one part. Mandates, of course, is the second part. We've talked about single-use plastics that the EU already instigated, which has been very effective. I know in my own community, we've eliminated use of forks and plastic spoons, plastic plates, because they're not available. Retailers can no longer supply those products. So that's a good way of reducing the downstream demand. And I think that's something to think about when we look at the overall emissions within plastics industry. Tackling downstream demand is a huge impact on the upstream because you need far less product, especially if you start to do recycling and other things. So product standards is one great idea. Sectorial targets, so countries and regions having sectorial targets to try and reduce the emissions of a particular sector. The various countries have got sectoral targets. In China, for example, they've looked at eliminating something like 100 million tons of carbon from the manufacturing sector by 2030 to try and ensure, and that's being done through recycling. So they want to incentivize industry or force industry through a mandate to try and do that. And then, of course, there's financial incentives, right? The Inflation Reduction Act, which incentivizes production of green products, is another way you try and incentivize industry to reduce their emissions through a more of a pull or carrot rather than a stick. The other thing I'd say is maybe around innovation, funding innovations. The EU funds innovations, other countries fund innovations. The Department of Energy in the US is funding biodegradable plastics use. So those funding mechanisms can be another way that we can try and actually reduce emissions. I think an interesting one is extended producer responsibility. This is something that's been talked about, the World Plastics Council talked about. This is the idea that the responsibility of the entire value chain sits with the manufacturer. So they are responsible for collecting the plastic afterwards, for disposing of it, for dealing with the plastics throughout that life cycle. So that is being deployed now in Germany and South Korea as examples of ways to look at taking the ownership of the entire value chain, not just scope 1 and 2, but also scope 3. And finally, as I say, in terms of end demand, consumers and retailers can play a huge part in this space. So retailers are already reducing their plastics use in their products, eliminating use of plastic films on tops of yogurt bottles and other things. And of course, the end consumer, in terms of not demanding more plastic use in their products or reusing items like bottles and things, of course, are other ways that we can try and deal with that.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the audience so you can, think for about a minute or so of your question or your intervention if you'd like to contribute to the conversation. But Dan would also like to follow up.
Thank you. No, thank you for your insightful presentation. I just want to say that I mean you are probably right on what you are saying, but at the same time we should look at the emissions gap report, for example, that last year was the biggest emissions year ever, and plastics is well, now we're talking about plastics, we could talk about any other industry as well, so then we would talk about that industry. But if we do everything you said that is being done, that is still status quo unless we make new binding agreements that limit everywhere in the world what is being done about this. So everything that has been now done up until now is basically the status quo where we are right now. We need more than has ever been done before around this, and that should set the limits. Of course, we can have incentives within the limits, but first we need the limits, and then within that we can look at the incentives. I think this is something an important point that should be made, and now that it's crunch time and it's only 1 month up until the negotiations basically succeed or fail. And this is just a short point I wanted to make before we go on to audience. Thank you.
You can pass on the microphone. Yes. Oh, okay.
Thank you so much. I also would like to point it out that we also need to think about the triple planetary crisis. So the plastic, and then the climate, and also biodiversity, nature. Because plastic is so harmful to the animal, or for example, we sometimes see the whales or the dolphins, their stomach full of plastic. It's quite shocking to the people, and then Japanese people, some people join the beach cleaning activity for collecting the plastic rather than a carbon dioxide reduction activity. So how to motivate the people just not only by the logics, but also how we can have more activity, behavior change through the having the wide range of the perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a problem that is making the climate crisis worse. We have a need for policy because the solutions, even though they are there, are expensive and perhaps not that practical. Is a ban the solution? That's what we'll find out perhaps next month in Busan. Or is innovation another way of trying to break through this crisis? Or can the ban actually create the innovation that is necessary? Let me ask if in the audience there are any contributions or questions. Yes, please. And could you please introduce yourself with your name and affiliation?
Yes, Professor Matti Kuittinen, Aalto University, Finland. Thank you very much for a very interesting discussion. Probably you mentioned this, but I just missed it. So would you care to elaborate once again about the role of CO2-based plastics from DAC, direct air capture? So how do you see this evolving? You were talking about bio-based plastics and you were addressing that it has green premium and so forth. And I would just be curious, how do you see the future of CO2-based plastics? And then a small comment, I fully agree that there is the green premium problem, but that's actually a market failure in my view. So of course that's something that we should fix. It's not a force of nature, it's something that we can and should fix. But about CO2-based plastics, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you're right that the green premium at the end of the day is a market failure because we're not accounting for the future impact or the future costs, right? We're not paying for that today. And so if that was accounted for and considering the future impacts of climate and the amount we will end up paying anyway, that should be built in the cost today. And then that cost needs to be allocated across the whole of the industry. But the other way to think about it is you can also create value from some of these things, right? There are opportunities for people to get value, whether it's around creation of new opportunities, new innovations, and all of those sorts of things. I can talk a little bit about direct air capture. I mean, in our kind of assessments, direct air capture can represent some part of the carbon elimination to 2050, but it's not going to play a huge part as a specific technology because it's expensive and the amounts that you capture are quite limited. I can't speak too much to CO2 related plastics. Maybe you can just explain a bit what you mean by.
Yeah, I was wondering about the use of CO2 as, the building block, a molecular building block of plastics. So is that a viable way? Because it's a theoretical option and it's not my field of science. That's why I'm asking you, the specialists, how do you see the evolution in the future?
Yeah. I wouldn't say I'm a specialist on that myself, so you probably know more about this myself.
Okay, maybe we have a specialist, yeah?
Not special, but we also need to think about the timber construction. We have a lot of the forest, and then sometimes, for example, Southeast Asia, they don't use the timber so well. They forget how to use sometimes. So then we also need to need the new technology. Timber is not so much fire-proven, and then also it's a sustainable, and also it's strong to the insect. So then, how to use such as the new technology, what we already have in like Finland or in Japan, to these forest-rich country.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Yes, please.
First of all, thank you for all this important, really side event.
Could you briefly introduce yourself?
Yeah, for sure. So I am from Kazakhstan. My name is Dinara. So I also will be part of the delegation who will be during the upcoming negotiation process on the plastic in South Korea. So thank you for this side event. Actually, it's really important in the context of upcoming negotiation. And since we are talking about the innovation, so since I came from the the economy that is in the transition, and it actually for us really important. So we are kind of I guess say lack of the innovation or slow on the innovation. And my question for all the speakers actually, so how do you think the countries should actually better communicate for transfer this of the innovation? Right. So especially for the economies such as Kazakhstan.
That's a brilliant question. I'd like all three of you to reflect on that. We've got three people here from the global north, so to speak, from the rich part of the world. How can we support those countries that, like Kazakhstan, are in transition or require technology transfer and other forms of support to make the shift that is needed?
I mean, I think partly this is what COP is around, right? It's around ensuring that emerging economies have the same opportunities and to enable a just transition. So I think all the negotiations around the NCGQs, the loss and damage funds, all of these sorts of things, of course, are ways to try and support some of these countries. But I think around tech transfer, that's a really important one. There needs to be a much better and fairer way of transferring technologies that have been demonstrated in developed countries into developing countries. And I think policies, looking at policies that have worked in certain countries, and they're not all in the developed countries. Developing countries are also developing very useful policies. And I've talked a little bit about China, India, and some other markets have developed very good policies to drive innovation. But there are examples of innovation funding in many markets across Europe and the EU and the US around innovation funding, whether it's through specific collaborative projects that bring different parties together to drive to a solution, in this case around plastics, whether it's around specific technology-specific innovation that looks at each type of technology that can help to solve the problem. It can be innovation that can reduce the cost of those technology. It can be first-of-kind demonstration projects. So where there are projects that still need demonstrating and there aren't industrials who are willing to actually be the first case for that particular innovation, there's funding to allow that to happen, so then the rest of the industry has confidence in deploying some of those technologies. So I think there needs to be a gradual shift in some of those technologies into emerging markets.
Thank you.
At the right cost.
Thank you. First of all, I have to admit my limited knowledge of the economy of Kazakhstan, but I have to say that as the Nordic countries call for legally binding global plastics treaty, the Nordic countries, or some of the Nordic countries at least, are amongst the biggest development countries in the world, or development aid countries in the world. So that has always been an aspect of the Nordic countries to take into consideration. But more I would like to focus on that this should of course be a part of an efficient treaty on what kind of economic implication it has for all the signatories of such a treaty. And as we look at international treaties, they affect and should affect everyone. Then also circumstances in various countries, also economic circumstances have to be taken in place. And that was of course the climate COP theme last year, and is an upcoming theme, the mitigation and how it should be carried out. So my answer to this is that it has, of course, to be an integral part of what is being agreed on in treaties on how this the cost burden is shared on a macro level there. But going into technology again is sadly not in my field of expertise here.
My suggestion is that please do not follow Japanese style. We use so much plastics. Even though we can use traditional style of wrapping, we can use cloth or any style, any traditional the sustainable way, but we use so many plastics. So, and then we pay a lot for waste disposal of plastic. So please let's think that what is the country's future? What kind of a plastic life or non-plastic life what you'd like to have? So social innovation is quite key to having your future, even though it may not so expensive the technology itself, but you may need good consensus, and then you may also need very good not only scientists but also who has a good communication with the society community, because everybody wants to use a simple way, easy way, like a plastic. But this is the reason why we have too much plastic in Japan. So please do not follow us.
Yeah. Thank you. There's one more question. Let me just see if there are any other questions, because then this will be the last one. Okay. And please state your name and your affiliation.
Thank you, moderator. Satoru Mizuguchi, freelance journalist from Japan. The gentleman standing at the left, not the political terms, he elaborated the what kind of policies are necessary to make plastic transitions. My question is, aside from it's okay. Yeah, aside from policy requirements, what kind of industries are necessary to expand the niche market of bioplastics and or culture shift to make people more acceptable to the bioplastics? Thanks.
So if I understand your question, it was outside of policy, what can be done to help shift the plastics transition and to create some social impact or social acceptance? Yeah, I mean, one of the things I would say that the private sector does is joint industry projects. I think I touched upon this. So this is where you bring these private sector companies. It could be a manufacturer, it could be a technology developer, an innovator, a startup, potentially a financier or an investor who might be interested in this. So to bring, and sector associations, I think, play a huge part in this, right? Sector associations play this middle role between the private sector, who are often their members, as well as policymakers, who they often direct their recommendations to, right? So they play a crucial role, I think, in facilitating some of this stuff. So those sorts of projects to tackle some of these innovation challenges or gaps, I think, are really important ways to try and drive, and the private sector can do this, and often is willing to pay for some of these things. The other thing around social acceptance, I'd say, is there's a lot of misunderstanding about things, right? Where are the emissions? People spend a lot of time on oceans, which has a different kind of emissions impacts to the upstream. We've heard where the emissions are, but of course has a big environmental impact. So I think there's a need to better educate the public in terms of what is causing what, in very simple terms, right? Because at the moment, I think some of these things get a little bit complicated, a little bit technical, and we need to ground all of this in something that is meaningful to the consumer and where they understand the impacts that these are having. Now, of course, they're feeling the impacts of climate every day. We've seen floods in Valencia, we've seen fires in different parts of the world, we've seen, also all these things which are clearly climate related, unless you're a climate denier. So the issue and the concern I have is that despite all of this, people are still not willing to make a consumption reduction, right? But a lot of the energy transition can be done with GDP growth, but through efficiency gains. So you can still continue to consume and reduce your emissions. You just have to do it with efficiencies and improvements and clean technologies.
Thank you so much. This is really a sneak preview of the negotiations that will be taking place in Busan in just a couple of weeks from now. And I really feel for those of us who need to be here and then also go to Busan. You're not going to the decertification COP as well in Riyadh after that one? I think there are some people who actually were in Cali for biodiversity and then here and then go to plastics and then go to Saudi Arabia. And long live multilateralism. I would really like to thank our three fantastic panelists and our speaker. Please join me in giving them a hand, and if I understand well, we will be now watching a short video. Thank you.
Did you know plastics cause climate change? Their production, use, and waste management emit greenhouse gases. As science evolves, we now know that global plastic production alone contributes up to 5.3% of total greenhouse gas emissions. With the Paris Agreement aiming to limit the rise of global temperatures to under 1.5 degrees Celsius, there's hope a new plastic treaty could help align our fight against plastic with our climate goals. Grid Arendal's report, Climate Impacts of Plastic, lays out actions we need to take. We can reduce our overall plastic production, design recyclable products, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions from waste management. In addition, the decarbonization of plastic production by replacing fossil fuels with green energy sources has great potential to reduce emissions. By tackling plastics, we're also fighting climate change. Let's make the world cleaner and cooler. Read our Climate Impacts of Plastic report to learn more.
on? Yep. Welcome everybody here at the Nordic Council's Pavilion, as well as online. And thank you for joining us today. Fitting with today's theme of science, technology and innovation, this session is all about how technology can help us in the battle against climate change. We'll take a closer look at digital twins, the cryosphere, the world of snow and ice, the indigenous communities, and the work that we have done in this field in the Arctic, Baltic, and Nordic regions. I am Tero Aalto, and I'm the program manager of the Nordic Cryosphere Digital Twin project. The Nordic Council is not only our host today, but also our funder. So a big thank you to the Nordic Council for letting us be here and talk about all the exciting things that we are working on. Myself, I come from the CSC ID Center for Science, the Finnish supercomputing center, where we have the Lumi supercomputer, which is the most powerful computer in Europe. And on your chairs here in the room, you can find the postcard with more information about the Lumi supercomputer if you're interested. Lumi also, among the other work that it has, contributes power to the Destination Earth digital twins. To get a better feel of the audience today, I'd like to ask you a few questions. First of all, please raise your hand. How many of you are familiar with the concept of digital twins? Almost everybody. Wow, this is great. I hope you will learn something new anyway. And another question, how many of you work in science or research? About half. And then how many of you are policymakers or civil servants? And also about half. And I assume the rest work in the industry. Thank you. Today we have three amazing panelists. All of them are top experts of their fields. And I'm going to introduce them one by one along the first round of questions. And then after this first round, I will open the floor for also questions from the audience. With the help of our panel, I'm going to take us on a journey from technology through science to the lives of the people who are the most affected by changes in the cryosphere and climate change in general. Our first stop is to take a look at what Nordic Cryosphere Digital Twin is about. So let's watch a short video.
Phenomena. They are powerful modeling tools that provide the means to predict and address vital topics, such as climate change, biodiversity, and geophysical hazards. Nordic Cryosphere Digital Twin, NOCOS DT, models the key sea ice impact sectors in the Nordic and Baltic regions. It contributes to the Global Climate Change Information System and Destination Earth, a digital model of the whole world. Sea ice is an opportunity, but also bears risks and hazards by making some areas inaccessible. Funded by the Nordic Council of Ministers, NOCOS DT uses digital twin technology to produce climate diagnostics to inform decision makers. NOCOS DT enhances 6 high-technology tools and solutions, bringing sea ice research and predictions to the next level. The Ship Navigation Risk Indicator to improve information on navigability. An analysis tool to diagnose the time period for landfast ice in present and future climates. accurate and reliable data on rigid ice probability to improve winter navigation, increase safety at sea, and conduct efficient risk assessment for maritime operations. Improved knowledge, regular monitoring and prediction of the marginal ice zone in the Nordic seas by providing locations, weekly evolution, and statistics. Marine spatial planning to pilot how the climate's models data can be utilized in marine spatial planning platforms. And discrete element model-based computer code suitable for high-performance computing to simulate sea ice. These Nordic Cryosphere solutions will become a part of the digital model of the world.
There is a very brief overview of the use cases and topics that we are addressing in our project. I'd like to welcome our first speaker today, who is Irina Sandu, Director of Destination Earth at the European Centre for Medium Range Weather Forecasts, ECMWF. She's joining us remotely. Welcome, Irina.
Hello, good morning. Thank you very much, Tero, for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be there, even if virtually today, and to contribute to this panel led by our close partners from CSC.
It's an honor to have you here. My first question is for you. We found out that digital twins are familiar to a majority of our audience, but I'm sure that we could learn more about what Destination Earth and digital twins are all about, and what's the value that they created to the society, especially in relation to climate change.
Yes, sure. Let me first introduce Destination Earth, and I have 3 slides to introduce the topic. So Destination Earth is an initiative of the European Union which started end of December 2021 under the leadership of DG Connect and is implemented by us at ECMWF together with ESA and EUMETSAT. It's implemented together by working very closely with an entire range of institutions across Europe. We are working already with around 116 organizations in 27 countries in Europe. Half of them are about half are public institutions, about half are private companies. So it's really a European collaboration contributing to Destination Earth and to building digital twins of the Earth, which are at the heart of Destination Earth. So what is a digital twin in the context of the Earth system? A digital twin is a replica of an object or a system, and for the Earth system this really means optimally fusing millions of observations from the satellites, from different sensors like synop stations or radio sounds, together with cutting-edge numerical simulations at very high resolutions with physical models, but more and more now with AI models as well. And we bring together observations and simulations, making use of the supercomputing power of the Euro HPC supercomputers, Lumi, but also Mare Nostrum 5 in Barcelona and Leonardo in Italy, as well as Meloxina in Luxembourg, but other supercomputers of the Euro HPC as they come live as well. And Destination Earth couldn't happen without this close partnership with Euro HPC. Why are we creating these digital twins of the Earth system? Because we want to create a unique capability to explore what-if questions and what-if scenarios, which can help us to better respond and adapt to climate change and extreme events by providing both a continuous high-resolution data stream about climate, weather, and impact sectors, but also an on-demand stream where we customize the simulations to user needs, and in order to provide reliable information from global to local scales. And let me show you a beautiful simulations. We show the jump in scales we are doing with these digital twins. and this is for the climate change digital twin led by CSC, implemented with partners across Europe in collaboration with CCMWF. And you can see at the top of what you see here is the temperature and the winds over Europe, but this is a global system. And in the upper half of the figure, you see the resolutions at which climate simulations are performed today, which are about 100 kilometers. And in the bottom part of the image, you see the digital twin simulations at about 5 kilometer global resolution. And this starts and these are really well underway. In the first phase of Destination Earth, we demonstrated the capabilities, we built and demonstrated the capabilities of these digital twins, and now we are ramping up their evolution towards an operational state. The first one is a weather-induced extreme digital twin, which really focuses on a few days ahead, and the idea is to create simulations, bespoke simulations, which can explore, for example, when a wind farm should shut down and what will happen to energy production when a storm is arriving. The second digital twin, it's the climate change adaptation in digital twin that CSC is leading its implementation, and it's focusing on multi-decadal timescales and is producing this global information with local granularity that I was showing in the previous image, helping to address questions such as where should we build wind farms, knowing storm occurrences could shift depending on different scenarios. So I think this would be in a nutshell an introduction of Destination Earth and its digital twins, and we can expand more on this during our discussion.
Thank you. Our second speaker comes from within the Nordic Cryosphere Digital Twin project, where he leads one of the use cases. He's Till Rasmussen from the Danish Meteorological Institute, where he works as a sea ice researcher with a focus on numerical modeling and how to use observations to improve forecast capability. Welcome.
Thank you for the invitation, both from you, Theo, and from the Nordic Council of Ministers, and for funding this program. So as Irena just said, there are huge volumes of information in these digital twins that are led by ECMWF, the European Weather Center. And this particular digital twin, the Nordic Cryosphere digital twin, aim at ease the uptake of this by decision makers and local communities who need this data. So it's also useful and not just a big fancy thing which is impossible to reach. What I show here is a image of sea ice east of Greenland, and it shows a lot of details. It's a satellite image. Thank you. That shows a lot of details with thick ice flows coming down from the Arctic and smaller ice flows in between. And the blue contours are land, and in between there's landfast ice, which is stable throughout time. Yes. So, in addition to being a climate indicator and a climate perspective, then sea ice can be both a risk and a possibility for locals who work on the ice, for people who want to travel on the ice. This is from Qaanaaq in northwestern Greenland, where DMI has a measuring station, and the locals use the sea ice to travel on and to move on. And with the warming climate, the land-fast ice will become less stable, and the season will shorten. So they need to adapt to these changes in order to be able to continue their way of life and continue their fisheries and hunting, which they normally do here. On the other hand, you have the maritime users, shipping, for instance, who are interested in where the easiest conditions, where the sea ice conditions beneficial for traveling, and these ones probably think that it's a good idea that the ice is thinning because they can go more places, and new routes will open. Like here you see the Northern Sea route, which has opened up and ships are starting to travel across here. This also imposes risk of oil spill disasters for the ecological systems you have in the Arctic regions, as help is far away, and it's very difficult to go there even though the ice conditions are getting lighter. So the Nordic Cryosphere digital twin aim at providing information about these systems, and to my right at least you have the risk index, which tells something about where is it easy to travel by ship, where is it feasible. And on the left, in the Baltic region, Irena introduced wind turbines as a green technology to provide green energy. And maps like this, where you see that the ice cover is reducing with time, can be used to plan for where to put wind turbines and how to minimize the risk of damaging these. So there are even though the ice is disappearing, it is not gone yet, and it is still necessary to provide tools to handle this.
Thank you. Now can we have Irina back on the screen? Thank you. Now that we have started to cover the technological and scientific sides of this topic, let's take a look at an aspect which is at least as important: the lives of the indigenous people. Our third and final speaker is Avia Rosing Olsen, Special Advisor for the Ministry of Agriculture, Self-Sufficiency, Energy and Environment of the Government of Greenland. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Is the sound okay?
Yep.
A bit closer. Okay. It's so good to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation, Taro.
It's really good to have you here. Maybe you can start by telling a bit more about what you work on and the topics that you are interested in.
Yeah, definitely. So I work at the Ministry of Agriculture, Self-Sufficiency, Energy and Environment in Greenland, and I'm actually in the climate division. We're two people. My colleagues are sitting in the back. Hi. And our main focus is on national climate, international climate, as Greenland has entered the Paris Agreement in July this summer. We're working on developing a national climate strategy, which is going to be further developed into the nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. And I would really like to talk about the process of how we're doing this. So as Taro mentioned, indigenous people are the majority of the Greenlandic population. 90% of the Greenlandic population are indigenous Inuit, and they live off hunting and fishing. So of course, changes in the environment, which we are very closely tied to, are affecting everyday life in all aspects you can imagine. Our government has decided that the process of developing Greenland's nationally determined contribution to the Paris Agreement should be very focused on engaging the people, local communities in Greenland, and making sure that their voices are very strongly heard in this process. The way we've gone about this is by developing a model for how to engage with local communities, both focused on their experiences of climate change, first of all, their ideas for mitigation, suggestions for mitigation, and also adaptation aspects. We've been traveling in eastern Greenland, actually. I was very happy to see the picture you showed recently, just a few minutes ago, with the sea ice in eastern Greenland, because that's one of the very central topics that we were discussing while we were in eastern Greenland. We visited the Silak and 3 settlements in eastern Greenland. Greenland consists of 70 isolated communities in this very, very large island that we see over here. It's like almost all the wall. It covers all the wall. So we were presenting the issues of climate change in the indigenous Inuit language in Greenlandic, to make sure that we have a very good understanding of each other, and based on Greenlandic values, Greenlandic understandings of life and the interaction with nature. Some of the things that were presented to us by the local indigenous communities in eastern Greenland are in fact the sea ice and the significance of the sea ice for everyday living. It's a matter of self-sufficiency, it's a matter of income, economy, it's a matter of security. Being able to go out on the sea ice is crucial for the people living in eastern Greenland, and just the fact that the time in which there is sea ice has shortened so much. They told us in previous times it was in October that sea ice would cover the fjords, but now it's in December or even later. I don't know if there's something with the sound, it's a bit strange now. Is it okay? Okay. And that of course affects their ways of living, because like they have dog sleds, they have some of the hunters we met have maybe 20, 30 dogs, and they need to feed these dogs. So with the sea ice being gone, the access to hunt seals has changed, and more whales have occurred closer to the fjords where they live. So instead of hunting seals, they've started hunting whales, for example, to feed their dogs throughout the winter. That's one very crucial effect of climate change in an eastern Greenlandic context, but also the fact that with the Greenland inland ice melting, the sea level is actually falling in Greenland because the land is turning higher, I guess. That's one way of saying it. And that's going to affect infrastructure in so many different ways. So they have to be very aware and very prepared for these changes happening. Also, storms are changing, stronger storms. The weather changes very rapidly. And that means, like, when we were there was a storm coming, and they had to take up their boats from the ocean because there's a big chance that they're gonna sink in the storm. So you have to keep taking them up, and then like a couple of days after the storm, you have to put them back in the water because you can't go hunting by sled anymore. So it's major changes happening to these communities. These are some of the stories that we heard when we were there last week. The process for us from now on is then to visit more local communities and more regions in Greenland, because as I said, Greenland is a very, very large country, and we live in 70 different communities. There is a different culture, different values in each of these places, and climate change affects differently in all these regions, and needs for adaptations are not just the same in each place. One last example I really want to mention is, for example, in eastern Greenland, the storms, sea ice is changing. That's some of their major concerns. But in southern Greenland, where there's agriculture, sheep herding, and so on, they're very worried about more polar bears coming closer to their communities. That's been a very big issue this summer. So many polar bears all over the west coast, and that again affects security. It affects our life in so many different ways. So yeah, that's very briefly what we're doing and what we're focused on. Our climate strategy is being developed in the coming years. Once we finish this engagement process, the actual process of writing the strategy is going to happen, and then after that, in a few years, we're going to develop our nationally determined contribution and hand it over to the UNFCCC.
Thank you. A very fascinating insight, because this is a perspective that is very different from the urban perspective where our science and development usually happens. So it's very important to hear about this. And now we have met all of our panelists. Perhaps we have a question from the audience at this point. Well, I have a question. There's one thing that I'm particularly curious about in relation to digital twins. And this question is mostly to Irina and Till. Because Destination Earth is a European project, but it has global climate models. On the other hand, Nokia's DT and many other digital twins have regional focus. And outside on the other continents, there are also digital twin efforts going on. The question is, how could the activities and the results that we have achieved in our European and Nordic projects be applied to other regions of the world? What can other parts of the world learn from us? Irina, maybe you could start with this.
Sure, it's a good question, and the positive news is that Destination Earth's climate digital twin, but also the global component of the weather-induced extreme heat, they are global. They are providing global information, and this is important because the weather is global, and what happens in the Arctic affects the mid-latitudes and vice versa. That's one thing. The second thing is that these digital twins, as I was showing before, they produce information with local granularity everywhere. So they basically reduce the need to downscale the information from the coarse climate models we have today with using regional models. And they provide this information at these scales where we had this, we heard this fascinating description of what happens in Greenland and how there are differences between the north and the south. And that's why, and the east, and what the local communities are experiencing. And I think that's why the digital twins we are developing Destination Earth, they increase in a way the equity, that everybody has access to information of the same quality and which is consistent from one place to the other. This is also important because, of course, the European economic interests are also global, and it's important to have this globally consistent information to support, for example, the planning of transport routes that we also heard from our second panelist, and or the renewable energy assets. So these are some of the things that Destination Earth digital twins can bring to the local communities.
Yes, and actually that was something that I was going to ask you about later, because I remember in the spring when we met in Helsinki, and you talked about how digital twins make data and science more and technology more democratic, and it's not only about improving the simulations and the models, it's also about bringing the data, bringing the knowledge to the people. Then Till, from the Nordic Arctic perspective, the same question.
Yes, so it could be, for instance, used to other topics. Now this digital twin is focused on sea ice. You could also focus on storm that was mentioned. So when the sea ice disappears, the weather changes, as it was again mentioned, and these large-scale high-resolution climate digital twins will provide the ability to extract that kind of information as well. You could also look at ecosystems or other important aspects, which depends on the region you want to look at, depends on your focus. So,
thank you. When I've been going around here in this conference and listening to presentations, I've also found out that there is quite a lot of cryosphere activity going on in different parts of the world, like in Central Asia, for example, which from our perspective we might not think about it, but they have a lot of cryosphere there as well. I think there is a question in the audience. Please wait for the microphone, and then please introduce yourself, your name and your organization, and then welcome.
Thank you very much to all the speakers. It was very, very nice and fascinating to hear your ideas and your facts and the information. I'm curious about these specific digital twins. It's possible to couple digital twins between them, or how you use, for example, digital twin for sea ice in a global context. Is possible? I mean, you add value to this global value perspective of global digital twin?
That's a very good question, and it's in the core of the ideology of digital twins that they can be coupled, attaching several regions or several layers, such as the sea models and climate models, to produce richer information. But I think Irina has the best answer to this question.
No, you already answered it very well. The idea is, for example, with the global digital twins, like the one of climate change and weather-induced extremes that we are doing, they are already global, and they are already built on cutting-edge Earth system models, which contain both atmosphere, land, ocean, sea ice. But of course, afterwards, you can use the boundary conditions from the global models to zoom in at local level and couple with digital twins more at local scale. And one of the strong points of the digital twins in Destination S is that they are trying to couple more tightly than current prediction systems the Earth system models and the impact sector models together in the same workflow, exploiting the Euro HPC, so that you have this cascade of information and of coupling between global and local information.
Sorry, I forgot to present myself.
Please.
Yeah, Roxana Bojariu from National Meteorological Administration in Bucharest, Romania. Thank you very much.
Okay. Phil, do you want to add something?
Yes, and another way of adding value to this is that, for instance, I talked to a person from Vattenfall, which is one of the biggest constructors of wind turbines in Baltic, a few days ago, and she didn't know where to find climate information on what kind of weather should they expect in the next 20 years when they wanted to make their wind turbines solid enough to last for the lifetime. And the core digital twins can then be used for the initial wind assessment. How much wind do you have in a site? How much weather risk hazards do you have in a site? And then you can do downscaled modeling of how does different structures affect, how are they affected by these things, and then you can use the global digital twins to make finer models of the structure itself and how they reflect on the forcing.
Okay, thank you. Let's continue with the international perspective, and my next question is for Avi. What kind of collaboration do you have with other countries and regions, governments and projects, tools that you use in your work?
Yeah, I think our most important story, or the most important thing for us to tell here at COP, is that we're not only a very large island that's melting, but we are actually 70 communities all around the country. And the people of Greenland are very much affected by climate change. It's affecting everything in our life. That's one of our most important stories to tell, but also telling the fact that we want to take responsibility. We are part of the globalized world. There are climate solutions in Greenland that are unexplored yet. And like, for example, hydropower potentials, glacial flower. There are many different potentials that haven't been explored really in Greenland yet.
Thank you. I have a question to all our panelists. So far, we have learned that digital twins can play a powerful role in the society. But as always is the case with technology, there are challenges in adopting the technologies for actual everyday use. How would you see our priorities? How can we advance the adoption of our digital twins and other technology? Should we focus on increasing awareness about what we are doing and what exists, or creating the skills for using these technologies, or perhaps introducing new global programs? Let's start with Irina.
That's a very good question. Indeed, the digital twins bring many opportunities, but to make them happen involve challenge we experienced in Destination S, which needs really the powerful supercomputers of the Euro HPC, is that these were evolving in the same time as we are building the digital twins and adapting the models to the newest technology and evolving HPC systems was a challenge that we faced and we embraced, and that helped not only them manage to do the digital twins and demonstrate their capabilities, but it also helps the Euro HPC systems to become more to be able to support performing these Earth system simulations, which bring a value to society and which in this way translate investments in supercomputing in benefits to society. On top of the challenges you mentioned, one challenge we are facing at the moment, in a way, is that the artificial intelligence has experienced the revolution, which can substantially boost the digital twin capabilities and bring new opportunities. But now we have the challenge that we have to determine really what's the role of physical and AI-based models in the futures. How do we make the best of both worlds and use the computing resources in an efficient way? So for me, that's a major challenge that we have to embrace and we have to overcome in order to exploit the most these digital technologies. And of course, we also need to ensure indeed that users are prepared to use this technology, in particular the much higher data volume and rates, and that they fully exploit the new software solutions that we are developing, for example, in Destination S with the digital twin engine, which is the software infrastructure framework to run these digital twins in order to manage users, to help users manage this transition.
Thank you. And Till, what do you see as the biggest challenges we are having from your point of view?
So it's true that what Irina says that says that there's a lot of technical things, but it's also the link to the users in the end. One thing is that we can solve everything in software and computing, whatever, but people need to know about it. People need to be able to access it, and so forth. So that's where I see the challenge.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And Avija, from your perspective, what do you see as the challenges in using technology?
I actually agree with Till. I think meaningful engagement with local communities, with users, is very, very crucial. And in this case, the indigenous communities that are affected by these changes and have the opportunity of benefiting from these technologies.
Thank you. I'd like to finish this panel with a look into the future. It's a bit of utopia or dystopia, if you prefer. And I'd like to ask everybody, when we meet here in COP in 10 years from now, how will the world be different? What are the things that you think will have changed? Or maybe the things that you hope will have changed? Irina, please, you can start.
As I was mentioning in my previous answer, I think the AI will play a far bigger role. We don't cease to be surprised every day by the opportunities it brings, but we need to find a balance between supercomputing science, physics, AI-based models in order to provide decision makers in our member states with the best possible information to limit the consequences of devastating extreme events and climate change, but we also need to help them in that transition and support indeed the uptake of these novel technologies in the day-to-day business of our member states. And this is what matters the most for us at ECMWF, that we serve our member states as best as we can.
Thank you. And Till, your vision for the future, how does the Nordic Cryosphere event in 10 years, how does it look like? What are we going to talk about?
We're going to talk about a continuous decrease of white, both sea ice and the ice caps. the type of challenges will probably be the same. Problems for local communities, but also if you look in Baltic, it's probably more sea level that is going to be a topic. Yeah.
Thank you. And Avia, your 10-year vision, can you share it with us?
Yeah, that's a difficult one, honestly. But I think successful implementation of the national strategy that we're developing, focused on meaningful engagement with local communities, empowering local communities to take action and taking part in this very important discussion.
Thank you. That's all very important things. I hope all of our hopes come true. From my point of view, as a person managing a digital twin project and involved in also the climate change adaptation digital twin and biodiversity digital twins, perhaps some upcoming digital twins as well, I think that technology has huge potential, and as we apply our knowledge and capabilities, we can make a difference. And if we take care of all the things that our panelists have discussed here, who knows what we can achieve. Of course, time is not on our side necessarily, and neither is the state of the world, but we have to do our best and do our own contribution. Thank you to everybody in our panel. This was really nice experience, and also thanks to our audience here in the room as well as online. If you'd like to talk to myself or our panelists, there are 30 minutes before the start of the next session, so feel free to approach any of us. We will be around. And if you'd like to know more about the Nordic Cryosphere Digital Twin, there are some postcards provided by the Council on the front desk. You can pick one up there. It has a QR code that leads to our website, where we have fact sheets of our use cases, for example. And a recording of this session will be available on the Nordic Council's YouTube channel, so if you didn't catch all of it, you can go there and watch it. Thank you for coming here, and let's hope for good collaboration and the triumph of technology in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's really good to see you. I hope that you have been listening to a lot of interesting talks. But I hope I can promise you that this will be the most interesting talk at COP29. At least we have selected a very strong panel, very knowledgeable panel. So we will have a lot to touch upon. I just need to say that the noise in the mic can be a little bit funny. We have the sensor over in the corner. If it jump out, I encourage you to come a little bit closer to the sensor. Otherwise, we'll just ignore it and continue as planned. Great. So, welcome to this short session, 45-minute session on building a sustainable future. This session is a very innovation-driven debate with different stakeholders from the built environment. And here today at the Nordic Pavilion, we are talking about mitigation. And this session is about mitigation work in cities, white cities. You probably already are familiar with the dilemma in the cities. Is the mic still working? Yep. So cities are the front fighters of climate change. They're also the contributor. 70% of the global greenhouse gas emission is coming from cities. Cities are growing. Cities are growing with population, but also acquiring more land space. In the Nordic region, we have a growth, not big. In Helsinki, I learned this morning that it was 8,000 people per year. In Copenhagen, it's between 10 and 12,000 per year. And the same trend are seen in Stockholm and a little less in Norway. This requires much more land and investment in doing the right thing. We are very fortunate in the Nordic that we have very progressive politicians and city officials who are setting a strong agenda for the day. This session is going to touch upon some of these decisions being made. And I'm very proud that Arup, a global engineering company, have produced the Nordic city and greenhouse gas emission roadmap, coming up with specific suggestions on what the policymakers need to do in the future to meet the Paris targets. This work was announced last week, the 11th of November, so it's brand new. Out in the stand in front of the Nordic Pavilion, there are small postcards where you can scan it and get access to the report. I hope I will distribute these, and I hope they will take advantage on downloading the publication and see what we have come up with of recommendations. So the mitigation work in the Nordic cities is ambitious. We have Norwegian government who have said they want to be carbon neutral in 2030. 2030. In Finland, it's 2035. In Iceland, it's 2040. And in Sweden and in Denmark, it will be 2045. And this is really where the city are going to showcase their commitment. Right now, there is a focus on how we reduce embedded carbon in the building stock. This conversation is about how can we push for more bio-based building materials? How can we renovate and refurbish the building stock with low carbon footprint? As you can see with this building from middle of Sweden, it's very characteristic how they are going to to build and shape these fantastic wooden skyscrapers. This is a trend we see definitely more of. But a work we have done with the Carbon Neutral City Alliance also showcased that there is a general lack of knowledge in the cities on how to procure these specific products. How do they perform? How can you write the correct tenders in city when they're defining scope of work for new buildings? So in partnership with Carbon Neutral City Alliance, Arup have developed this city handbook for carbon neutral buildings, where we have provided a sheet of 25 different solutions and going in details on how they perform, how they look like, how they can be sourced, where they can be ordered. We will come back with further information on the city handbook. But also a new trend that we would like to explore is how can we look into our marine environment, which are really suffering at the moment. The fish stock is declining. There is a huge amount of nutrition coming into our water bodies. The oxygen levels are extremely low. Fish are not able to grow in our waters in the Nordic. So one of the new trends that I see is that we are looking into how can we intensify the growth of blue biomass, and how can we turn that blue biomass into low carbon construction materials. It's already happening. You can see how they are extracting eelgrass, and from the picture I showed you in the beginning of this very nice brownish building, that is actually made, the facade component and the roof is made of compressed eelgrass. This is a research which I really look forward to push with the entire ecosystem of the built environment in the Nordic. I hope that it will be a showcase for the world. So what we're going to debate here today is really the challenge area around the embedded carbon and how we are addressing that in cities. So for that, I have this fantastic panel. Thank you so much for joining. I know you are very busy. But Julia Kelstrup, Director for Public Relationship in Velux, you're one of the solution providers for this transition. And Simone Margelli, thank you so much for joining. You're the Director of CNCA, Carbon Neutral City Alliance. You have collected some of the most progressive cities and are really trying to come up with coherent response to the embedded carbon. And Hannah Westling, the Director of the Climate Unit in Helsinki Municipality, you are the front runner of opening up the city on how we can actually do this change. So thank you so much for coming. I can see that you have already taken the microphone, all of you. So I will share this one with And Hannah, I will actually start with you. As Helsinki are moving into the future, a little bit what was talked about in the previous session, future scenarios on reducing embedded carbon. How do you see Helsinki in 2040? What is going to really be the game changer of mitigation actions in Helsinki?
Yeah, I think. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Just
so
close to your mouth.
Right. Thank you. So we have set a whole life carbon limit to the residential buildings in Helsinki. So it means that the material emissions are actually gaining more and more significance. This is because the use phase emissions of the buildings are getting lower and lower as the decarbonization of energy progresses. So by 2040, what we really need to see is actually not just low carbon concrete, but negative concrete. I think this is we have to be there. Otherwise, the progress is going to be too slow. Like you said, we are growing by 8,000 inhabitants by every year. Now we're 680,000. By 2060, we'll be 900,000, and just building new with the existing technology is not going to be possible. So maybe it's a hope, but I think just hearing what I'm hearing this week here at COP, the carbon negative building materials, I think it's going to be a future for us.
And 2040 is just around the corner. Are you already starting on the journey on carbon positive concrete?
We have requirements for infrastructure building. So there we have requirements for a low carbon concrete already. It's not something we can yet use in buildings as such. There are quality requirements, but it's a start, and we'll get from there.
So I've previous in my career really conducted a deep interview with procurement officials in Helsinki municipality, and the learning from around circular procurement is really fantastic. I think when I look at a city who have really transitioned into circular thinking, it's really many cities in Finland, and especially Helsinki. Hannah, can you elaborate a little bit about that procurement muscle that a city like Helsinki is having to push for these new type of innovative, novel mitigation solutions?
Right. So yeah, I think we as a city, we really can have a role as a catalyzer of change. As an example of the low carbon concrete, it's a requirement in pre-construction, which means that everybody has to use it. There's no way around it. And when we put on that requirement, at that point there was no manufacturing of low carbon concrete in Finland. But after that, now there are several companies who actually manufacture that in the country. So we're actually able to raise the ambition and create new businesses. So that's one way where we can act. And we also have internal targets. So when we do our own construction, we have this airport area that is being remade into a residential area, and we're experimenting in ways that we need to reduce the pre-construction emissions by 50%. One of the ways is that we are using in the pre-construction the poles that used to be concrete. We can now partly use, especially in areas that don't have heavy buildings on top, we can use poles that are wood, which then act as carbon storage. And I think that's going to be one really important thing. We need to we need the construction to be also a carbon sink, not just carbon reduction, but actually something that removes carbon from the air. This is, I think, a pretty urgent action for all of us to take, so we avoid the tipping points that nobody wants to see.
Thank you so much, Hannah. We will definitely look towards Helsinki to be inspired. Helsinki is a part of the CNCA Alliance, and Simone, with I cannot remember how many cities there are now a part of CNCA. Perhaps you can elaborate on that.
22.
22 of the most progressive cities. But Simone, in your dialogue with these cities, what is the biggest challenge that you see on mitigation work in cities?
Well, thank you, Peter. Thank you for having us. Thank you for convening this panel. It's a pleasure to be here. Simone Mangili from the Carbon Neutral Cities Alliance. In going back to the original question of sort of what do we see in 2040, I'm going to try and answer it that way and then maybe come back. I think the picture that you showed of the tall multi-story building made of timber, I think represents a pretty accurate vision of where I think we need to go. We need to push construction to 2040. For too much time, for too many years, urbanization has been a process in large part of removing nature where it's been, and urbanization, cities take over. I think the vision that we're talking about is reversing that. It's pushing cities to become something that is a part of nature, that are a part of nature, that use bio-based materials, and that generate value through ecosystems for people and urban environments. So I think that's really where we're pushing. We've had interesting conversations in the last few months in our alliance about what it means to get to net zero, when will that happen, what comes after net zero, how do we get to climate positive, and the role that mineral materials will continue to exist and will evolve over time. We're seeing some really interesting examples of the low carbon concrete, but also of, for instance, 100% recycled concrete now being used to build new buildings. But at the same time, we know that to become climate positive, exactly as Hannah was saying, we need our cities to become carbon sinks and to use bio-based materials in that process and to regenerate services, ecosystem services, and nature is really the challenge I think that cities have ahead of them going towards 2040.
Thank you so much, Simona. And it's not always, it's really interesting to look forward, but also sometimes it's necessary to look backward. What is the history of this? So what have we actually overcome? And sometimes we forget where we stand today. But Julia, a company like Velux, who have been on this journey for many, many decades, can you, from a Velux perspective, give us a little bit of taste on what is it that we have overcome on mitigation work specifically?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you so much for having me. So I'm from Velux. We sell fresh air and daylight in the shape of roof windows and skylights, if you don't know about us. And I mean, I always sort of like to say that we were born out of a crisis in Velux. We were, it started in 1943, to face a very acute problem, which was during the World War, there were no materials and we needed to create more living space for people. And so our product, the roof window, was invented to basically create more livable space of what existed, right? So I think that's a good example of using resources and space in an innovative way forward. And that's also what we need to go moving forward. When you ask me, and now I'm going to answer the question you didn't ask me, but ask the others, what kind of buildings I see for 2040, I think the first thing is we don't need to build that much in Europe anyway. In Europe and the US, 80% of the buildings that will be standing in 2050, they are built today. And that means that it's really important to get also the renovation right. Of course, we need to do that by looking at what sort of techniques and solutions we have and apply our learnings from new build into renovation. And if we give a concrete sort of Velux example, we don't build skyscrapers, but we did build a couple of houses called living places a couple of years ago. And they're built to a third of the Danish CO2 standards for CO2. They are built to be entirely reused out of circular materials. They are resilient and adaptive, and more importantly, and this is something we talk way too little about, they have a very high indoor environmental quality. Because at the end of the day, we talk about money, we talk about buildings, we talk about the climate. We don't talk about people. Everyone lives somewhere, works somewhere, has a kid that goes to school somewhere. So I think, starting from the point of people and what makes a good urban environment for them is so vital in this discussion. And one of the things that we also see in people that's changed as part of the adaptation and resilience journey is, we saw it all with COVID, for instance, that we are using spaces in a different way. So another important thing, I think, for 2040 is to think into all the buildings we're doing, whether they're new or being refurbished, is this notion of of adaptable space. And again, we're doing that this very moment at Velux. We've got an old building that we're turning into, from basically a storage hall into an innovation center. And it's a good example about how moving forward, we need to build, but not to finish, in a sense that there needs to be a possibility to reuse, to reorganize space. So that could be different life phases, it could be from an office space to dwellings, and so on and so forth. And that's part of really what we also need for 2040.
Thank you so much, Julia. And from my perspective, I can really see that Velux have been one of the engines on how we are using our buildings in a different way. Like for 40 years ago, we were not using our attic, our lofts, and thanks to you, we now have a different use of some of the square meters in buildings.
And if I can come back at that straight away, we were just talking about sort of the population increase in the Nordic capitals, but if you look both in the UK and the EU with the new Commission, creating housing and affordable housing is a top priority in both markets. In the UK, they're talking about 1.5 million homes. In the EU, they haven't put a number to it. That's a huge amount of buildings, and it's super important that we do that in a way that makes sense. And so one of the ways you can do that is to use loft space. Another thing is you can combine our new built prototypes or living places and actually add an extra floor or two on top of an existing building. So then you have like an added addition that is very low carbon, but you're also increasing the performance of the overall building. And more importantly, you're not taking away precious green space in a city.
Thank you so much, Simone. I will come back to you because you have so much knowledge from your engagement with your city partners, and CNCA is a kind of an open source information for a lot of other cities and producer, the entire supply chain, to get inspired on what the trend will be. So, Simone, for the audience, I would really appreciate if you can give us a little bit of introduction on the journey that CNCA have been, what you have developed, what tool that you're working, and how you're making the showcases.
Sure, thanks, Peter. I'd be happy to. At CNCA, we are an alliance of cities leading the charge towards carbon neutrality. Cities like Helsinki, cities like Stockholm, cities like Oslo, but many others in North America, in Europe, in Australia, other geographies as well. And we are an alliance created by member cities for member cities, and our cities are the ones that set our agenda. So we support our cities in a number of ways. We provide peer learning opportunities. We convene our cities to share and collaborate together. We provide innovation funding so cities can take on projects that are even more ambitious than what they can generally do with traditional funding streams sometimes. We support cities with capacity building in certain skill areas, whether it's communications or narrative building. We also help cities explore new policy areas, and that's the case that happened with embodied carbon in our alliance. A few years ago, our leading cities got together at one of our annual meetings and really identified the whole life cycle embodied carbon emissions from buildings as being a critical area to target, because our cities are getting very good at the operational carbon, very good at electrifying transportation, other areas of emissions, scope 1 and 2 in cities, but scope 3 is an increasingly harder to reach target area for our cities. So our cities came together and said, what can we do on embodied carbon? And we, with some partners, built out a policy framework, helping cities to understand what policy levers they have at their disposal to try and interact with the whole value chain of the built environment. So looking at materials, looking at transportation of those processing of those materials, transportation of those materials, construction processes, operations, and finally end of life and circularity. And our cities then began sort of systematically looking at those that are most appropriate in their local context and trying to implement those. We've been implementing a project in the European context with over a dozen cities for the last few years, helping them to locally contextualize this policy framework with some technical assessments and some funding to help push along the policy development. That the levers that are sort of most tangible for many cities are around zoning, where they can set embodied carbon targets through the zoning policies. They can prefer or promote modular or prefabricated construction to lower emissions during the construction process. They can work on building regulations, so they can set whole life cycle targets and limits on buildings the way Helsinki has done. They can look at how to promote bio-based materials through building regulations, how to promote zero emission construction sites. they can look at public procurement and zero carbon scored land sale competitions. They can look at certified products, environmental product declarations, how to integrate all these into procurement criteria. One of the most promising things that our cities are working on in that space at the moment are looking beyond the procurement criteria around carbon for bio-based materials, but bringing in the people benefits, bringing in the nature and biodiversity and regenerative benefits of bio-based materials. And then they're also working on the circularity piece, so how to create policy for promote buildings that are designed to be disassembled and reused, create circular material platforms for reuse, and so on. And in that process, in that project over the last several years, bio-based materials have been a major focus of the work cities are doing, primarily because traditional building materials have a market presence that's very strong. They have a market penetration that is creates an unlevel playing field. Regulations are not updated, so we've been looking at how cities can level the playing field for bio-based materials and really create space for them to compete with traditional materials. Because as we said, the way to get to climate positive and fossil free in the future is to work through also bio-based materials. So our cities are very ambitious about working with bio-based materials. At the same time, we also know that not all of our climate, the colleagues of our climate officers or sustainability officers are quite as familiar with bio-based materials. The public isn't quite as familiar necessarily with the variety of bio-based materials and even the decision makers. So we found that throughout the process we needed to create tools and resources to increase awareness and also provide tools that allow city officers to work across departments and to communicate the benefits and what's out there in terms of building materials. And that's how we've come across. We've developed Q&A documents. We've developed videos showcasing wood and timber developments in Helsinki, in Stockholm, in Amsterdam, and so on. Videos and resources and tools that are really helping cities engage other stakeholders in the process. But with Arup, we had a great collaboration that produced a really useful and practical tool for cities in the last few months. Actually, we presented in Paris at the Buildings Breakthrough the handbook for carbon neutral buildings that really really provides three key categories of information. One, it tries to provide help cities understand the benefits and also understand some of the myths and knowledge gaps around bio-based materials. It presents 25 market-ready bio-based materials that cities can use today and incorporate into their procurement processes today. And then it looks at some leading cases of how cities and other subnational national governments are pushing the boundaries with these. And these are it's an incredibly practical tool in terms of the benefits. We highlight the health benefits for people. We highlight the new job opportunities being created from agro and bio feedstocks for creating bio-based materials. We look at the carbon benefit, but we also look at the opportunity to regenerate ecosystems through these bio value chains to produce ecosystem services. And then we look at some of the myths around fire, around moisture regulation, around durability, around procurement and sustainability and availability of these products on the market. And these are products that are for the structure in the envelope, the lining, the facade. They range from timber and bamboo to other wood products to hemp and mycelium and seagrasses and even wool. So quite a range, and you can imagine very new for traditionally sort of oriented or focused planning or building departments in cities. So it's really quite an incredible resource, and it couldn't have come at a better time as cities and buildings take a more central role in the climate dialogue.
Thank you so much, Simone. It's really important to get kind of informed about that massive knowledge which are laying in CNCA. Hannah, with Helsinki municipality, you have a lot of different small test areas. You have a Kalasatama, the port area, where you're testing smart technologies. Are you also having like a test area where you are playing around and pushing the limit on embedded carbon?
Well, the whole city is the playing ground, I guess, since we have set the mandatory limit for the embedded carbon, for the whole life carbon. So you cannot build a residential building without meeting that limit. So that's the it's not play. It's pretty serious, right?
And do you mind to say a little bit, a few words of the test bed of Helsinki, how the municipality are pushing that innovation?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, if we go into the more playful areas that the city does, is of course that we have this catalyst role where we actually set a limit, hoping that that will spur the innovation and actually get the business going and changing. But then on an earlier phase, we have this testbed Helsinki concept where we offer the city as an experimental ground for new innovations. And there are a couple of things like this is, it's partly mitigation. I would say this is more maybe, well, it's both, I guess. So biochar is one of the solutions that we're looking into because it's a really it's an amazing carbon storage, but also it has other co-benefits in terms of improving the soil conditions for growing the parks, and it can be inserted into building materials even. So this is something that we're doing together with the university and applying that to different types of applications, and hopefully being able to roll that really widely and make Helsinki an example of how that can be done. I mean, the potential could be by 2040 something around 100 kilotons of CO2 that we could it could be even more. But so we're researching that in more detail. So hopefully this small test bed item will be something big. So that's an example of the test bed thing.
And can I now we have been talking a little bit here over the few last days, Hannah, so I can also be a little bit direct with you. Working with biochar, is that just a bad excuse for improving your climate accounting, or?
I think it's a good excuse because we know already that we have a 2030 carbon neutrality target. We have a 2040 net zero target. By 2040, our emissions shouldn't be more than the natural sinks or the sinks within Helsinki. And now that we're looking into it, we're getting close. Looks like by 2030, our emissions will be down by 80%, but it's not 100%. And we have ways of reducing emissions, but I think there will be some that are going to be left. And if we think of, the whole need of the society and the world to actually increase carbon sinks, like you said, cities should be carbon sinks in the future. So we are finding ways that are kind of integrated into the city and creating, good ways of doing it. Something that's not, completely separate from the operations, but it actually makes sense. And I think the co-benefit side, which has been brought up here, is super important, so that we do solutions that not only reduce carbons or store carbon, but it improves the biodiversity, it improves health, it creates jobs, it attracts businesses to the city, all of these. And the more we can put those together, I think the stronger the case for any of these is. So it becomes basically indestructible the more co-benefits we can weave in.
We actually have here in the panel an amazing story, because we have Velux who have made a commitment of being historical CO2 neutral. Try to imagine a company who have been operating for 70, 75 years? Yeah. They have made the commitment of being CO2 neutral. I know that this might not be your area, Julie, but can you?
Oh, it's always my area. So basically by 2041, at which point we'll be 100 years, we will have offset all our historical carbon emissions. We're not using this offsetting for anything. So it's basically cleaning up our past. But we're doing that through a range of forest projects. We've got one in Vietnam. We've got one in Uganda, and we've got one in Madagascar as it stands. So that sort of, and it is true that it is very important to Velux to do these things. We changed last year from having a sustainability strategy to having a sustainable strategy, and that's quite a big difference. So we really sort of incorporated sustainability in what we do. But, and I say this open in here and explicitly, we also need to sell windows, right? That's my job. And so for us, I'd like to thank my panelists here because we need cities and regions that push ahead and introduce these standards, because to your point, it's going to create the market. And for us, we are investing in lowering our CO2 footprint. By the way, our Scope 3 emissions are 98.6% of our total emissions. So that means we're entirely dependent on decarbonizing our value chain. And we're doing that at the moment by sourcing, for instance, lower carbon materials. And they come at a premium, and we're happy to pay that for now. But of course, over time, that green premium needs to become a grey premium, so that it's people who are not doing the right thing who are being punished, not those of us who are. And on our side, we've also committed to reducing the CO2 impact of our own product by 50%. Or again, that's entirely dependent on our value chain playing along, but also on having a framework that supports us in that actually takes that effort and awards us for doing so, right? So it's really, really important to be sat here talking to each other and to understand that, you know, there's always this talk, does the market need to drive it? Does legislation need to drive it? I mean, we need both, right? We need the solutions, but we also need somewhere to offload those solutions, because no one who tries to sell anything enjoys a market they can't foresee. Things will change, but we need overall to know what we're playing towards. We need to have the commitments, and we need to understand the details of that commitment so that we can also create the right solutions behind. And I think your point about the concrete factories is so, and I've heard it from other people in other jurisdictions, if you have a specific need, the answer and the solution will come. But we need to know that there is a need.
Anna?
Yeah, so exactly, and I think what you were saying about the price and the premium, the green premium, the grey premium, whatever that is, when we are looking at the whole life carbon emissions and we're setting the limit, I think the limit is only, it's the expression of our demand, and that creates the supply, right? But it actually only goes so far, especially in this environment when if we are, you know, the further down we go in, or further up in our demands, and the less emissions the building can have, it means that we are actually going into new technologies that are typically really expensive in the beginning, and that risks affordability. Then we will have housing that people cannot afford, and I think this is a huge issue in almost all the countries. And then there's the reality of a recession in construction in many countries. In Finland, it's a complete stop at the moment. So anything that increases prices, it's not going to happen. It will not fly. So the issue is that there should not be a green premium. There should be the grey premium. The emission price should be in the material. Otherwise, you know, we can be as demanding as we want, but it won't really change unless the price is there.
And if I can just come back on that, because after having talked about this project so many times in the last few days, I forgot the most important point, which is that Living Places is built with off-the-shelf materials at average cost for a Danish house. And that's really important, because to your point, we can do something really amazing. We are doing something really amazing. But if we can't do that at average cost, and if we can't scale it, then it remains a really nice project, but not something that actually will make a tangible difference.
And do you have that market insight, Simone? The affordability of these bio-based product. Have you seen like a trend now, which are declining cost-wise of some of these products? Now there are bigger demand.
Well, we've seen cities certainly create space, create the market, set the conditions for these products to really compete in a more favorable way. And the reality is that we have to push those boundaries even further, because I think as traditional building materials, as low carbon concrete or recycled concrete improve and take more market share, I think we really need to daylight the multiple co-benefits of bio-based materials that don't stop at the carbon premium, but also go further in incorporating the biodiversity, regenerative ecosystem services values that are integrated and embodied in building materials. But I'd also like to go back. Part of that process, I think this question of sinks, non-sinks, and drawdown is a really important one in this context, because many cities are thinking through what are we going to do with the residual emissions? How are we going to attack? The city of Stockholm, where we had our annual meeting, their target is carbon neutral by 2030, but fossil free by 2040. That means they're acknowledging a pretty serious gap there between the emissions that they'll still produce and their ability to essentially claim fossil free. And many of our cities are looking at ways to sink CO2 into on a permanent basis, and the most sort of exciting or promising aspects of that are when we can do that by regenerating nature, by returning CO2 to soils, by creating ecosystem services. And I think the biochar experience, the biochar adventure, let's say, is really a key component of that, because biochar is a sink in and of itself, but it helps regenerate ecosystems. It's used in forestry, it's used in urban regeneration processes to actually regenerate nature. And I know it may not be sort of on top of everybody's mind, but I encourage you, when you head out to the airport or head across the city, I was actually incredibly impressed. I don't know if anybody else noticed this. There's a tremendous amount of reforestation and forestation happening all across this city. I'm incredibly impressed with the interest in returning nature to the physical landscape within cities. And I think cities are doing that for adaptability purposes, obviously already adapting to the climate change that is here. But there's also a mitigation benefit to it. There's also many other benefits to it that people can really benefit from.
I'm not completely finished with talking about biochar. A lot of people are using biochar, concrete mixing, cleaning water runoff from roads to absorb the VOCs. There are many associated benefits, but what is holding us back? We know that we have the resources available. The biochar is relatively affordable. What is holding you back, Hannah, in Helsinki to even accelerate further the use and utilization of biochar?
Well, you said it's affordable, but I think as a city, we are very careful with how we use taxpayer money. And there's always a balance when we think of the residual emissions that we have. We really are calculating very carefully what makes sense for us, what are the costs associated with emission reduction initiatives, for example, in transportation, where we have some influence, and what's the cost per ton of CO2 reduction, versus what's the cost and other benefits and all of that of using biochar. And it's a balance. And of course then we can also monetize the co-benefits, like the health benefits of reducing transportation. We calculate those, and it becomes pretty complex. But honestly, it's a monetary issue, at least at the moment. And then it's also a question of who actually is paying. If we are thinking of, for example, biochar and the carbon sink it creates in terms of, kind of a compensation for emissions that we cannot reduce, it's partly that. Then whose responsibility is it, for example, to reduce or compensate for, let's say, the ports in Helsinki? Should it be the ports? So how do we involve the ports? I don't honestly think it's a responsibility of the city or the city residents of Helsinki to pay for the last reductions of emissions from sectors that are not able to do it themselves. Somehow the polluter has to pay. That has to be the principle behind how we do it. I don't know, but this goes to a very big question now. You opened the can of worms.
Yeah. No. Simona?
Can I just jump in real quick? I think it's a very timely and appropriate question, as we're here at COP29, and we know that towards COP30, countries are redefining, reassessing their nationally determined contributions. And the CHAMP initiative that was launched last year, the Coalition of High Ambition Multi-Level Partnerships, that many countries have signed up to at this point, have made a commitment to do that collaboration between cities and national and subnational governments, including cities, to really try and understand where that balance, that coordination lies. But in terms of the biochar, I would add, Minneapolis this year opened its first the first biochar municipal biochar production facility in Minnesota, and that's very exciting news. And I was in Amsterdam last week, and this is not biochar, but looking at examples of buildings, facades that were using charred wood as a building material, as a liner, because it's, you know, it seals from weathering and so forth. So I think there's so many possibilities, there's so many, and the reality is we need to do all of it. We need to do every single bit that we can from every single angle that we can.
And Simone, you're also going to close off this session with your Christmas wish to the Nordic cities. So our greenhouse gas, our mitigation work report have been finalized, but I will still come up with recommendation to the Nordic Council of Ministries on the work program on sustainable construction here the 4th of December. So, Simone, if you have like 2 ideas on what to suggest Nordic Council of Ministries and their sustainable construction program, mitigation related, what would you like to see for Christmas this year?
Can I start with one? And one that I think actually comes directly from Helsinki, so it's very apropos. We were sitting at a table at the Urban Futures Conference in where were we this spring, early June. Anyway, we were at the Urban Futures Conference, sitting at a table. We held a workshop with our partners, Built by Nature, and we're at a round table with some of the team from Helsinki, and we're discussing precisely how this question, I think I've mentioned it before, but I think it's worth taking into consideration in the handbook and in the work that we're going to be doing. We're certainly going to be exploring this further. How can procurement criteria, procurement language, procurement text be crafted in such a way that the real value of bio-based materials is incorporated? That, I think, is one of the critical questions, because yes, the grade premium is super important across the board on all materials, but there's also another advantage, more advantage to bio-based materials, and making that emerge from in the procurement processes and the procurement criteria, I think, will be the next level of of innovation.
Thank you so much, Simone. The time is now past 3:15, and we have to wrap up this session. The panel, Hannah, Simone, Julie, thank you so much. Audience, please help me giving them a big applause for their further insight. And thank you, audience, for paying attention to all these recommendations. I encourage you again to take a look at the reports out there at the stand. I also encourage you to stay here at the Nordic Pavilion. There will be a CEO mingling later this afternoon. Thank you so much for your attention, and have a good COP29.